Welcome to the Sleep Story Haven, your peaceful sanctuary where the whispers of ancient forests meet the gentle rhythm of moonlit shores. Here, time slows to the rhythm of your breathing. Worries dissolve like mist, and your mind finds the peace it's been seeking. Each story is crafted to guide you through enchanted landscapes and tranquil moments, designed to quiet your thoughts and prepare your spirit for deep, restorative sleep. So find your most comfortable position, close your eyes, and let tonight's gentle tale carry you to the peaceful dreams that await. Welcome to your Sleep Story Haven. Take a deep breath and let our story begin. The Bells of Sacred Rest, a mountain monastery sleep story. Chapter 1, The Path Begins. The morning mist clung to the valley floor like a gentle blanket, soft and welcoming in the early light. Sarah walked slowly along the winding path that curved through ancient pine trees, their branches heavy with dew that caught the first golden rays of dawn. Each step carried her further from the noise and rush of the world below, further into a realm where time moved differently, where the very air seemed to whisper promises of peace. She had been walking since before sunrise, following directions written on parchment in careful, flowing script. The Monastery of Sacred Rest lay somewhere ahead, hidden among the peaks that rose like gentle guardians around this sacred valley. The path beneath her feet was worn smooth by countless pilgrims who had walked this way before her, seeking what she now sought, a place of true quiet, a sanctuary where the soul could finally exhale, the weight of recent months pressed gently against her shoulders, not heavy, but persistent, like the memory of carrying burdens that had become so familiar she had forgotten what it felt like to be without them. Work had demanded everything. Relationships had grown strained under the pressure of constant doing. And somewhere in the endless cycle of obligations, she had lost touch with the quiet center that had once been her refuge. But here, with each step up the mountain path, something began to shift. The air grew thinner and somehow richer, filled with the scent of wildflowers and pine resin. Birds called softly from the forest canopy, not the harsh cries of city birds fighting for space, but gentle songs that seemed to welcome her passage. A small stream ran alongside the path, its voice a constant, soothing murmur that began to quiet the chatter in her mind. The path curved around a massive boulder covered in soft moss, and Sarah paused to run her fingers along its surface. The moss was cool and velvety, alive with tiny droplets of moisture that clung like pearls. She pressed her palm against the stone and felt something ancient and enduring, a patient strength that had weathered countless seasons of sun and snow, wind and rain. For a moment, she imagined herself rooted like this boulder, unshakable and at peace with whatever weather might come. A butterfly landed on her hand, a small creature with wings of deep blue edged in silver. It rested there for several heartbeats, as if recognizing a kindred spirit also on a journey toward transformation. When it finally lifted away, dancing on air currents she could not see, Sarah felt somehow blessed by the encounter, as if the mountain itself had sent a messenger to assure her she was on the right path. The way grew steeper, but she found her breathing deepening naturally, settling into the rhythm of her steps. Left foot, right foot, inhale, exhale. A meditation in motion that began to ease the tension she had carried for so long. The trees grew taller here, their trunks massive and ancient, creating a cathedral of living pillars that filtered the sunlight into soft, golden beams. Somewhere ahead, so faint she thought she might be imagining it, came the sound of bells, not the harsh clanging of city bells marking time with urgent insistence, but something softer, deeper, bronze voices calling across the mountain air, with notes that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. The sound came and went with the wind, sometimes clear, sometimes barely audible, like a half-remembered melody from a peaceful dream. Sarah found herself walking toward that sound, drawn by its promise of sanctuary. The path began to level out, winding through meadows where wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze. Purple lupins stood tall among yellow buttercups and white mountain daisies, creating a tapestry of color that seemed painted by the most delicate brush. Bees moved lazily from bloom to bloom, their humming adding another layer to the mountain's quiet symphony. She came to a small wooden sign, weathered smooth by years of mountain weather. The words were carved deep into the wood and filled with gold leaf that caught the light. Monastery of sacred rest. All who seek peace are welcome. Below the words was an image of a bell, simple and elegant, with rays of light emanating from its surface like a gentle sunrise. The path beyond the sign was paved with smooth river stones, each one selected and placed with care. Sarah's footsteps made a soft, rhythmic sound against the stones, a percussion that seemed to harmonize with the distant bells and the whisper of wind through pine boughs. The air here was different, charged with something she could not name, but could feel in every cell of her body. It was as if the very atmosphere was infused with decades of prayer and meditation, creating a field of peace that embraced anyone who entered. Gardens began to appear on either side of the path. Not formal gardens with rigid lines and forced symmetry, but naturalistic plantings that seemed to flow organically from the landscape. Herbs grew in graceful curves, lavender that released its fragrance with every breath of wind. Chamomile with tiny white flowers like scattered stars. Rosemary that stood sentinel with its needle-like leaves, catching dewdrops like captured light. A monk in simple brown robes was tending one of the herb beds, moving with unhurried precision as he harvested leaves and stems, placing them gently in a woven basket. He looked up as Sarah approached, and his face lit with a smile that seemed to come from some deep well of contentment. His eyes were the color of mountain lakes, blue-gray and infinitely peaceful. "Welcome, daughter," he said, his voice carrying the same gentle resonance as the bells. "I am Brother Thomas. We have been expecting you." Sarah felt surprise ripple through her calm. "Expecting me, but I didn't send word. The mountain tells us when pilgrims are coming," Brother Thomas replied, straightening slowly from his work. "It whispers in the wind, sings in the streams. You have been walking toward us for longer than just this morning, I think. Sometimes the journey begins long before the first step is taken." He gestured toward the path ahead, where Sarah could now see the monastery buildings emerging from behind a grove of aspens. The structures seemed to grow naturally from the mountainside, built of local stone and timber that had weathered to a soft gray-brown. The roof lines followed the contours of the land, and gardens flowed seamlessly around the buildings like water finding its natural course. "The bell tower," Brother Thomas said, pointing to a graceful stone spire that rose above the main buildings. Built 300 years ago by monks who understood that sound could be a bridge between earth and heaven. The bells were cast from bronze donated by pilgrims, each one carrying prayers and hopes for peace. When they ring, they carry those prayers out into the world. As if summoned by his words, the bells began to chime, a cascade of notes that seemed to pour from the tower like liquid music. Sarah felt the sound wash over her, through her, settling into places in her soul that had been tight and guarded for so long. Each note seemed to say, "Rest now. You are safe. You are home." "Come," Brother Thomas said, lifting his basket of herbs. "Let me show you to your cell. You will want to settle in before evening prayers." They walked together along the stone path, passing other monks who moved about their duties with the same unhurried grace as Brother Thomas. Some tended gardens. Others carried water from a spring that bubbled up from the mountain's heart. Each one acknowledged Sarah with a gentle nod or smile. But there was no intrusion, no demand for conversation or explanation. They simply accepted her presence as naturally as they accepted the sunrise or the changing seasons. The monastery's main courtyard was a marvel of peaceful design. A fountain stood at its center, carved from a single piece of mountain granite into the shape of an opening lotus. Water fell from petal to petal in a gentle cascade, creating a music that blended perfectly with the whisper of wind and the soft voices of monks going about their evening preparations. Gardens surrounded the courtyard in concentric circles, each ring containing different herbs and flowering plants. Sarah could identify some: the purple spikes of lavender, the feathery fronds of fennel, the broad leaves of comfrey. Others were unknown to her, but their fragrances blended into an olfactory symphony that seemed designed to quiet the mind and open the heart. The healing garden, Brother Thomas explained, noticing her interest. We grow everything needed to tend both body and spirit. The monks have been perfecting these combinations for generations, understanding that true health comes from harmony between plant and soil, between body and soul, between individual and community. He led her to a wooden door set into the stone wall of the main building. The door was simple but beautifully crafted, with iron hinges that showed the marks of a blacksmith's careful work. Above the door, carved into the stone lintel, were words in Latin that Brother Thomas translated. "Here dwells peace." "Your cell," he said, pushing open the door. Simple but comfortable. Everything you need for rest and contemplation. The room beyond was indeed simple: stone walls, a narrow bed with clean white linens, a wooden chair beside a small window that looked out onto the herb gardens. But there was something about the space that spoke of profound peace. The proportions seemed perfect, creating a sense of harmony that settled into Sarah's bones. The walls had been polished smooth over the years, taking on a warm patina that glowed softly in the afternoon light. A small shelf held a few books, volumes of poetry, meditations on the spiritual life, and a journal bound in soft leather. On the windowsill sat a simple clay bowl filled with dried lavender, and beside it, a beeswax candle in a holder carved from mountain wood. "Supper is served at sunset," Brother Thomas said. "The bell will call you. Until then, rest. Let the mountain quiet whatever needs quieting. Let the herbs heal whatever needs healing." He withdrew, closing the door gently behind him. Sarah stood in the center of the small room, feeling something she had not felt in months: complete safety. Here, in this simple cell high on the mountain, surrounded by the prayers of generations and the healing presence of the earth itself, she could finally let down the vigilance that had become second nature. She moved to the window and looked out over the gardens. The sun was beginning to descend toward the western peaks, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold. The herbs below swayed gently in the evening breeze, releasing their fragrances into the cooling air. Somewhere a bird sang a liquid song that seemed to pour directly into her heart, washing away the last of her travel weariness. Sarah sat on the edge of the narrow bed and felt her body begin to release tensions she had carried for so long she had forgotten they were there. Her shoulders dropped, her jaw unclenched, her breathing deepened. The simple act of being here, in this sacred space, where peace was not just hoped for but actively cultivated, began to work its gentle magic. Outside her window, the monastery settled into its evening rhythms. She could hear the soft voices of monks calling to one another across the courtyards, the gentle splash of water being drawn from the fountain, the whisper of sandaled feet on stone paths. These were the sounds of a community devoted to something larger than individual concerns, a community that had learned to move through the world with reverence and care. As the light began to fade, fireflies appeared in the garden below, tiny stars dancing among the herbs, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to match the peaceful beating of her own heart. Sarah watched them through the gathering dusk, feeling herself becoming part of the monastery's gentle rhythm, part of the mountain's ancient peace. The bells began to ring again, calling the community to evening prayer. But even before their bronze voices filled the air, Sarah felt something calling her, not to duty or obligation, but to participation in something beautiful and healing. She rose from the bed, smoothed her simple clothes, and prepared to join the community that had welcomed her with such open-hearted grace. The path to the chapel was lined with small lanterns that cast pools of golden light on the stone walkway. Other figures moved through the dusk, monks in their brown robes, a few other pilgrims like herself, all walking with the same unhurried pace toward the heart of the monastery's spiritual life. The chapel doors stood open, revealing an interior that took her breath away. The space was simple but profound, stone arches that seemed to lift the soul upward, windows filled with glass that caught and held the last light of day, an altar that was nothing more than a table of polished wood, yet somehow radiated a presence that filled the entire space. Candles flickered in sconces along the walls, their flames steady and unwavering. The air was sweet with incense, not the heavy, cloying fragrances she remembered from her childhood, but something lighter, more like the breath of the mountain itself. She found a place on one of the simple wooden benches and felt herself settling into the deep quiet that filled the space. The monks filed in silently, taking their places in the choir stalls that flanked the altar. Their faces were serene, marked by the kind of peace that comes from years of patient seeking. When they began to chant, their voices rose and fell like the wind itself, creating harmonies that seemed to bridge the gap between earth and sky. Sarah closed her eyes and let the music wash over her. The Latin words were unfamiliar, but their meaning seemed to bypass her mind and speak directly to her spirit. She felt herself breathing more deeply, felt the knots of tension that had lived in her body for so long beginning to soften and release. This was what she had come seeking, not just quiet, but sacred quiet. Not just rest, but rest that restored something essential that had been worn away by the demands of modern life. Here, surrounded by the prayers of centuries and the healing presence of the earth itself, she could feel her true self beginning to emerge from beneath the layers of stress and obligation that had accumulated over the years. The service continued, alternating between chant and silence, between spoken prayer and wordless communion. Sarah found herself sinking deeper into a state of peace she had forgotten was possible. Her breathing slowed, her heartbeat settled into a rhythm that seemed to match the ancient stones around her. And for the first time in months, her mind grew truly quiet. When the service ended, the monks filed out as silently as they had entered. A few pilgrims remained in the chapel, sitting in meditation or simply absorbing the profound quiet that settled over the space like a gentle blanket. Sarah stayed as well, reluctant to break the spell of peace that had enveloped her. Outside, night was settling over the mountain. Through the chapel windows, she could see stars beginning to appear, not the faint stars visible through the light pollution of the city, but brilliant points of light that seemed close enough to touch. The moon was rising, casting silver light over the monastery grounds and turning the herb gardens into a landscape of shadows and dreams. Eventually, Sarah made her way back to her cell. The pathways were dimly lit by lanterns that cast gentle pools of light, just enough to guide her steps without disturbing the peaceful darkness. She could hear the fountain in the main courtyard, its water music never ceasing, a constant reminder of the flow of life and the persistence of peace even in the darkest hours. In her simple room, she prepared for sleep. The bed was narrow but comfortable, the linens soft with age and countless washings. She blew out the candle and lay in the darkness, listening to the night sounds of the mountain, the whisper of wind through pine trees, the distant call of an owl, the gentle settling of stone and timber as the buildings cooled in the mountain air. For the first time in months, perhaps years, Sarah felt her body completely relax. The vigilance that had become her constant companion began to fade, replaced by a trust so deep it surprised her. She was safe here, held by the prayers of the community, embraced by the healing presence of the mountain itself. Sleep came gently, like a friend long awaited. Her last conscious thought was gratitude for the path that had led her here, for the welcome she had received, for the promise of healing that seemed to whisper from every stone of this sacred place. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new opportunities for healing and growth. But tonight, she could simply rest, cradled by the peace that had been cultivated here for generations, knowing that she had found her way home. Chapter 2: The Garden of Healing. Sarah woke to the sound of bells drifting through her window, gentle bronze voices that seemed to carry the essence of morning itself. The light filtering through the simple panes was soft and golden, speaking of dawn breaking over the eastern peaks. She lay still for a moment, luxuriating in a sensation she had almost forgot, the complete absence of urgency. There was no alarm clock demanding immediate attention, no list of tasks clamoring for priority. Instead, there was only the gentle invitation of the bells, calling the community to morning prayer with voices that had marked the hours here for 3 centuries. Sarah stretched beneath the simple white sheets, feeling her body respond with gratitude to the deep rest it had received. Rising slowly, she moved to the window and looked out over the monastery gardens. The morning light revealed details that had been hidden in yesterday's dusk. The herb beds were arranged in intricate patterns that seemed to follow some ancient geometry, each plant placed not randomly, but with careful attention to its relationship with its neighbors. Paths of crushed stone wandered between the beds, creating flowing lines that invited contemplation and slow wandering. A monk was already at work in the garden closest to her window. She recognized Brother Thomas from the previous day, but now she could observe him more closely. His movements were deliberate and mindful, each gesture performed with complete attention. He knelt beside a bed of what looked like chamomile, his hands moving gently among the plants as he harvested the small white flowers, placing them one by one in a woven basket at his side. Sarah dressed quickly in the simple clothes she had brought, comfortable pants, and a soft shirt that seemed appropriate to the monastery's atmosphere of unpretentious peace. The morning air was cool and clean when she stepped outside, carrying scents that made her breathe more deeply: pine resin, wildflowers, and something else, a green, growing fragrance that spoke of life abundant and healthy. The pathways were damp with dew, and her footsteps made soft sounds on the wet stone. Other pilgrims were moving about the grounds, some walking slowly in meditation, others sitting quietly on benches placed at strategic points throughout the gardens. Everyone moved with the same unhurried pace that seemed to be the natural rhythm of this place. "Good morning, daughter." Brother Thomas looked up from his work as she approached, his face brightening with genuine welcome. "How did you sleep?" "Better than I have in months," Sarah replied, and realized as she spoke that it was completely true. "I woke feeling different, lighter somehow." "Ah," Brother Thomas nodded, setting down his basket and brushing dirt from his hands. the mountain works quickly on those who are ready to receive its gifts. Come, let me show you the healing garden properly. If you are to stay with us for a while, you should understand the medicines that grow all around you. He led her deeper into the cultivated areas, where the morning sun was beginning to warm the air and release the fragrances of countless healing plants. This garden has been tended by the brothers for over 200 years, he explained, his voice carrying the same gentle resonance that made everything he said seem like a prayer. Each generation has added to the knowledge, learned from the plants themselves what they have to offer. They paused beside a bed where tall plants with purple flower spikes swayed gently in the morning breeze. Lavender, Brother Thomas said, reaching out to brush the flowers with his fingers. Immediately, the distinctive fragrance filled the air around them. For peace of mind, for healing sleep, for washing away the residue of anxiety. We harvest it at dawn when the essential oils are strongest. Dry it slowly in the mountain air and use it in countless ways. Sarah found herself drawn to touch the plant as well. The flowers were soft beneath her fingers, and their scent seemed to go straight to some tense place in her chest, causing it to relax and open. I can feel it working, she said with surprise. Plants are our teachers, Brother Thomas replied. They don't hide their gifts or make them complicated to access. They simply offer what they have, freely and without judgment. This is one of the first lessons of the healing garden. Simplicity is often the most profound medicine. They moved to another bed where low-growing plants spread in silvery mats. Lamb's ear, he said, kneeling to show her the incredibly soft leaves. Touch them. Sarah knelt beside him and ran her fingers over the leaves. They were so soft they seemed almost like fabric, a velvet texture that invited touch and seemed to calm the nervous system through contact alone. We use these for comfort, Brother Thomas explained. Dried and sewn into small pillows, they help ease restless sleep. Fresh, they can soothe minor cuts and scrapes, but their greatest gift is this. They teach us that healing can be as simple as gentle touch. As they walked among the beds, Brother Thomas shared the gifts of plant after plant. Chamomile for digestive peace and nervous calm, rosemary for mental clarity and circulatory health, comfrey for deep healing of tissues and bones, lemon balm for joy and heart ease. Each plant seemed to have been placed exactly where it would thrive, creating communities of healing that supported both the human residents of the monastery and each other. How do you know so much about them? Sarah asked as they paused beside a fountain where water trickled from a carved stone basin into a pool below. Fish moved lazily in the clear water, and watercress grew along the edges, its leaves bright green and perfect. 40 years of listening, Brother Thomas replied simply. When I first came here, I was like many who arrive, wounded by the world's harshness, seeking something I couldn't name. Brother Benedict, who tended these gardens then, took me under his wing. He taught me that plants are not silent. They speak constantly to those who learn their language. He dipped his hands in the fountain and brought the cool water to his face, a gesture that seemed both practical and ritual. At first, I thought he was speaking metaphorically. But as the months passed, as I spent dawn after dawn among these beds, I began to understand. Plants communicate through fragrance, through the way they grow, through the insects and birds they attract. They tell us when they're happy, when they need water, when they're ready to share their medicine. Sarah found herself wanting to understand this language he spoke of. "Could you teach me? The plants will teach you," he said with a smile. "I can simply introduce you and show you how to listen. Are you willing to spend the morning in the garden? There is no task more healing than working with growing things, especially when the work is done with attention and reverence." The next few hours passed like a meditation. Brother Thomas equipped Sarah with a small basket and a pair of soft leather gloves, then guided her through the morning's harvest. They gathered chamomile flowers at the peak of their bloom, selecting only the most perfect specimens and handling them with extraordinary care. Each flower was like a tiny sun, with white petals radiating from a golden center that held the plant's healing essence. Harvest is a sacred act, Brother Thomas explained as they worked side by side. We take only what we need, and we take it with gratitude. The plants give us their flowers, their leaves, their roots, gifts of healing that they have created from earth and air, sunlight and water. The least we can do is receive these gifts with reverence. Sarah found herself falling into the rhythm of the work. Select a flower, pinch it carefully from the stem, place it gently in the basket. Each motion became a small prayer, a gesture of gratitude for the abundance that surrounded them. The morning sun warmed her back, and the fragrance of the herbs created an atmosphere that seemed to quiet her mind completely. They moved from chamomile to lavender, harvesting the long purple stems just as the morning dew was beginning to evaporate. The scent was intoxicating, filling the air with such sweetness that Sarah felt her breathing deepen automatically. Lavender is the queen of calming herbs, Brother Thomas said, his voice soft with appreciation. She teaches us that peace is not the absence of activity, but the presence of harmony. As they worked, other monks appeared in different sections of the garden. Sarah observed their movements with growing fascination. Each one seemed to have developed his own relationship with the plants, his own way of moving among them. Brother Michael worked with the culinary herbs, harvesting basil and oregano with movements that seemed almost like dance. Brother Paul tended the medicinal roots, digging carefully in the earth with tools worn smooth by decades of use. Each brother finds his calling within the garden, Brother Thomas observed, noticing Sarah's interest. Some are drawn to the flowering herbs, others to the roots. Some excel at the harvest, others at the preparation of medicines. It's like a symphony, each voice different, but all contributing to the same beautiful music. They paused their work as the bells rang for mid-morning prayer. The sound seemed to rise from the bell tower like visible music, spreading across the gardens and the mountain beyond. Sarah watched as every monk in the garden stopped what he was doing, removed his hat if he was wearing one, and stood in silent acknowledgement of the call to communion. "We could go to the chapel," Brother Thomas said quietly, "but the garden is also a place of prayer. Sometimes the most profound worship happens when we stand among the growing things and simply say thank you." Sarah chose to remain in the garden. She stood beside the lavender bed with her basket of morning's harvest, feeling the sun on her face and the soft breeze carrying the mingled fragrances of 100 healing plants. For a few moments, she let herself simply be present, not thinking about the work she had left behind, not planning what she would do next, but simply receiving the gifts of this moment. Gratitude rose in her chest like a physical sensation, warm and expanding. Gratitude for the path that had led her here, for the welcome she had received, for the healing that was already beginning to unfold. She looked around at the gardens spread before her, acre upon acre of carefully tended plants, each one offering its unique gift to anyone willing to receive it. When the prayer time ended, they resumed their work. Brother Thomas showed her how to cut herbs so that the plants would continue to produce, taking only what was needed and leaving enough for the plant to flourish. Sustainability, he explained, is not just an environmental concept, it's a spiritual one. We take care of what takes care of us. As the morning progressed, Sarah found herself entering a state she had rarely experienced, complete absorption in the present moment. The repetitive motions of harvesting became a meditation. The scents and textures of the plants, a gateway to deeper peace. Her usual mental chatter, the endless loop of worries and planning and analysis, gradually faded to nothing. "You're learning the first secret of the healing garden," Brother Thomas observed as they moved to a bed of lemon balm. Its heart-shaped leaves releasing their citrusy fragrance at the slightest touch. Healing happens not when we force it, but when we create the conditions for it to occur naturally. The plants don't work to heal, they simply express their nature, and healing is the result. Sarah rubbed a lemon balm leaf between her fingers and brought it to her nose. The fragrance was bright and uplifting, instantly shifting something in her mood. "It's like joy in plant form," she said with wonder. Exactly. Brother Thomas's face lit up. Melissa officinalis, the herb of joy. The plant that teaches us that happiness is not something we must earn or achieve, but something that arises naturally when we are in harmony with our true nature. The bees know this. They love lemon balm more than almost any other flower. As if summoned by his words, a bee appeared, hovering over the lemon balm blossoms with obvious delight. Sarah and Brother Thomas watched as it worked its way from flower to flower, gathering nectar with focused attention. There was something profoundly peaceful about observing this ancient partnership between plant and pollinator, each giving and receiving in perfect balance. The garden teaches us about relationship, Brother Thomas said softly. Nothing here exists in isolation. The plants support each other, some providing nitrogen to the soil, others offering natural pest control. The insects pollinate the flowers and control harmful pests. The birds spread seeds and eat insects. Even we humans have our role. We tend and harvest, but we also protect and nurture. They spent the rest of the morning learning this intricate web of relationships. Sarah discovered that certain plants were always grown together. Basil near tomatoes to improve their flavor and health. Marigolds throughout the garden to deter harmful insects. Comfrey at the edges of beds to accumulate nutrients in its deep roots. The garden was not just a collection of individual plants, but a living community where each member contributed to the health of the whole. As the sun reached its zenith, Brother Thomas suggested they take their harvest to the drying room. The space was located in the monastery's oldest building, its stone walls thick and cool, even in the heat of midday. Herbs hung in fragrant bundles from wooden beams, and long tables held woven baskets filled with flowers and leaves in various stages of drying. The art of preservation, Brother Thomas explained as he showed Sarah how to tie the morning's lavender into small bundles, securing them with natural fiber string. We harvest the gifts of the growing season and preserve them for the times when the garden sleeps. But preservation is more than just practical. It's about honoring the full cycle of the plant's life. The work was meditative and satisfying. Sarah learned to handle each stem with care, to tie the bundles just tightly enough to hold together, but not so tight as to bruise the delicate flowers. The lavender released its fragrance as they worked, filling the room with a perfume that seemed to enter her bloodstream directly, calming and centering her with each breath. Other monks worked quietly at nearby tables, some preparing tinctures by soaking fresh herbs in pure alcohol, others grinding dried herbs into powders using marble mortars and pestles worn smooth by generations of use. The room hummed with peaceful activity, each person absorbed in work that connected them directly to the healing power of the earth. Brother Francis, Brother Thomas called to a monk who was carefully measuring dried chamomile into small cloth bags. "Come meet our new friend Sarah. She's learning the language of the plants." Brother Francis looked up with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. His hands were stained green from working with fresh herbs, and his apron was dusted with the fine particles of dried leaves. "Welcome to our healing sanctuary," he said warmly. "The plants have been especially generous this season. I think they know we have guests who need their medicine." He showed Sarah the chamomile tea bags he was preparing, each one precisely measured and sewn by hand with careful stitches. "For peaceful sleep," he explained. "We'll leave one in your room tonight with instructions for brewing. Chamomile is gentle but profound. She soothes the nervous system while supporting the body's natural healing processes." Sarah felt touched by the care that went into every detail of the monastery's healing work. Nothing was mass-produced or hurried. Every tea bag was handmade, every tincture prepared with attention and prayer, every dried herb bundle tied with individual care. It was medicine made with love, and she could feel the difference in every aspect of their work. As the afternoon heat built outside, the drying room remained cool and fragrant. Sarah found herself thinking about the morning's experience. How different it had been from any work she had ever done. There had been no deadlines, no pressure to produce results, no sense of competition or evaluation. Instead, there had been only the simple satisfaction of participating in the ancient dance between human beings and plants, giving and receiving care in equal measure. "You're thinking," Brother Thomas observed with gentle amusement as they finished bundling the last of the lavender. The garden has a way of showing us how noisy our minds usually are. In the silence of working with plants, we begin to hear the mental chatter that usually goes unnoticed. Sarah nodded, recognizing the truth in his observation. "I keep wanting to analyze what I'm learning, to make lists of information to remember, but that seems to miss the point somehow. The mind wants to capture and control," Brother Thomas agreed. "But healing, true healing, happens in the space beyond the mind's grasp. The plants don't heal because we understand them intellectually. They heal because we open ourselves to receive their gifts, because we trust in wisdom older than our thoughts." They walked back to the garden for the afternoon's final harvest. The sun was beginning its descent toward the western peaks, and the light had taken on the golden quality that photographers prize. In this light, every plant seemed to glow with its own inner fire, and the garden looked like something from a medieval, illuminated manuscript. "Evening harvest is different from morning," Brother Thomas explained as they gathered basil leaves that had been warmed by the day's sun. The plants have spent the day converting sunlight into medicine, concentrating their gifts in response to the heat and light. Evening herbs carry different energies, more solar, more active, more warming. Sarah could sense the difference. The basil leaves they harvested now seemed more aromatic, more intense than those they had gathered at dawn. The evening harvest felt more purposeful, more focused, as if the plants were offering their most potent gifts as the day drew to a close. As they worked, Sarah became aware of how much her experience of the world had shifted in just one day. Colors seemed more vivid, fragrances more distinct, textures more noticeable. It was as if some filter she hadn't known she was wearing had been removed, allowing her to perceive the world with new sensitivity and appreciation. "The garden changes us," Brother Thomas said, as if reading her thoughts. "We come here thinking we are learning about plants, but we discover we are remembering how to be human. We remember that we are not separate from nature, but part of it, not masters of the earth, but partners in its healing." The bells began to ring for evening prayer, their bronze voices calling across the gardens and the mountain beyond. Sarah gathered her final basket of herbs and prepared to join the community for worship. But as she walked toward the chapel, she carried with her something new, a sense of connection to the living world that felt like coming home to a part of herself she had forgotten existed. The chapel was filled with the golden light of late afternoon, streaming through windows that transformed the simple space into something transcendent. As the community gathered for prayer, Sarah felt herself settling into the rhythm of monastic life with surprising ease. The morning's work in the garden had grounded her in a way that made the spiritual practices feel natural and necessary, rather than foreign or imposed. The evening service included prayers of gratitude for the day's gifts, and Sarah found herself thinking of the plants she had worked with: the generous lavender, the joyful lemon balm, the gentle chamomile. Each one had offered its medicine freely, asking nothing in return but respectful attention. It seemed to her that this was a perfect model for how all relationships might function, based on mutual care and generous sharing, rather than competition and scarcity. As the service ended and the community dispersed into the evening quiet, Sarah made her way back to her cell. The pathways were beginning to fill with the soft light of lanterns being lit for the night, creating pools of warm illumination that guided her steps. The air was cooling, bringing with it the evening fragrances of the garden: night-blooming jasmine, the lingering sweetness of lavender, the green scent of dew beginning to form on the herbs. In her room, she found a small package wrapped in brown paper and tied with natural twine. Inside was the chamomile tea bag Brother Francis had promised, along with a handwritten note in careful script. For peaceful dreams, steep in hot water for 5 minutes. Add honey if desired. May your sleep be blessed with the garden's healing. Sarah prepared the tea using the simple kettle and cup provided in her room, following the instructions with the same careful attention she had learned to bring to the garden work. As the chamomile steeped, its gentle apple-like fragrance filled the small space, creating an atmosphere of profound calm. She sat by the window, cradling the warm cup in her hands, watching the last light fade from the western sky. The tea was everything Brother Francis had promised, soothing and gentle, with a subtle sweetness that seemed to ease tensions she hadn't even realized she was carrying. With each sip, she felt her body settling more deeply into rest, her mind releasing the day's experiences into grateful memory. Outside her window, the night shift of the garden was beginning. She could hear the gentle splash of water from the fountain, the soft rustle of nocturnal creatures moving through the herb beds, the distant call of an owl from the forest beyond. These were the sounds of a world at peace with itself, and they lulled her towards sleep with their ancient rhythms. As she prepared for bed, Sarah reflected on the profound simplicity of what she had experienced. A day spent with plants, learning their gifts, participating in the age-old partnership between humans and the green world. It seemed remarkable that something so basic could feel so revolutionary, so healing. She settled into the narrow bed, pulling the simple white sheets up to her chin. The chamomile tea had done its work. Her body felt heavy and relaxed, her mind quiet and still. Through the open window came the night breeze, carrying with it the concentrated essence of the healing garden, a lullaby of fragrances that seemed designed by nature itself to promote the deepest, most restorative sleep. Her last conscious thought was a prayer of gratitude for the wisdom of the plants, for the patience of Brother Thomas, for the gift of this sanctuary where healing could unfold at its own natural pace. Tomorrow would bring new lessons, new opportunities to learn the language of the green world. But tonight, cradled by the monastery's peace and blessed by the garden's medicine, she could simply rest and allow the healing to continue in the depths of sleep. Chapter 3: The Chapel of Silence. Sarah woke before the bells, drawn from sleep by something she could not name. The room was still dark, but there was a quality to the darkness that spoke of dawn approaching beyond the eastern peaks. She lay still for a moment, listening to the profound quiet that settled over the monastery in these deep hours before sunrise. There was no sound except the gentle whisper of her own breathing and the distant murmur of the stream that ran through the grounds. Even the wind seemed to have stilled, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath in anticipation of the new day. In this silence, Sarah became aware of something she had rarely noticed in her previous life: the sound of her own heartbeat, steady and sure. The fundamental rhythm that had been with her since before birth. She rose quietly and moved to the window. The gardens below were draped in shadows, but she could sense their presence, the patient herbs waiting for the sun's return, the trees standing sentinel in the darkness, the whole community of growing things resting in the fertile darkness that precedes all new beginnings. A movement in the courtyard caught her attention. A figure in brown robes was walking slowly across the stone pathways, moving with such quiet grace that he seemed to glide rather than walk. She recognized the deliberate pace of walking meditation, each step taken with complete awareness, each movement a prayer in itself. Drawn by an impulse she didn't question, Sarah dressed quickly and stepped out into the pre-dawn quiet. The air was crisp and clean, carrying scents that were different from those of daylight, earthier, more mysterious, touched with the secret fragrances that emerge only in darkness. She could smell the rich humus of the forest floor, the green promise of dew beginning to form, the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers she had not yet learned to identify. The monk she had seen was Brother Jerome, an elderly man whose hair had gone white, but whose step remained sure and steady. He acknowledged her presence with a gentle nod, but did not break the rhythm of his walking meditation. Sarah fell into step beside him, matching his pace, allowing herself to be drawn into the contemplative rhythm he maintained. They walked together in silence through the monastery grounds, following pathways that led past the sleeping gardens, around the central fountain where water continued its gentle cascade even in the darkness, and toward a building Sarah had not yet explored. It was smaller than the main chapel, built of the same local stone, but with an architecture that seemed even more ancient, more elemental. "The Chapel of Silence," Brother Jerome said softly, his voice barely above a whisper, "built by our founders as a place for the deepest prayer, where words fall away and only communion remains." The door was made of thick oak, weathered to a silver gray, with iron hardware that showed the marks of centuries of careful use. Brother Jerome opened it slowly, the hinges making no sound, and gestured for Sarah to enter ahead of him. The interior took her breath away. The space was circular, with walls of native stone that curved upward to support a domed ceiling. There were no decorations, no artwork, no altar, nothing to distract from the profound simplicity of the space itself. Small windows set high in the walls allowed the faintest light to enter, but even in the darkness, Sarah could sense the perfect proportions that made the space feel both intimate and vast. Wooden benches arranged in concentric circles faced inward toward the center of the room, where a simple stone basin caught water that fell drop by drop from somewhere high in the darkness above. The sound of each droplet striking the water was clearly audible in the profound silence, creating a rhythm that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth itself. 500 years ago, Brother Jerome whispered, a monk named Brother Anselm designed this space according to principles of sacred geometry. Every proportion, every curve, every angle was calculated to create perfect acoustic conditions for silence itself. The space amplifies quiet rather than sound. Sarah took a seat on one of the wooden benches, worn smooth by generations of contemplatives. The moment she settled into stillness, she began to understand what Brother Jerome meant. The silence here was not merely the absence of sound. It was a presence in itself, something that seemed to have weight and texture and depth. Other figures began to appear in the chapel, moving with the same ghostly quiet as Brother Jerome. She recognized some faces from the previous day's activities: Brother Thomas, Brother Francis, other monks whose names she had not yet learned. Each one took his place on the circular benches without speaking, without even the rustle of robes disturbing the profound quiet. As more people gathered, the quality of the silence seemed to deepen rather than diminish. It was as if each person's presence added to the collective stillness, creating a field of peace that grew more powerful as the community came together in wordless communion. Sarah found herself breathing more slowly, more deeply, as if the silence itself was teaching her body how to rest more completely. The tension she carried in her shoulders began to release. Her jaw unclenched, her hands relaxed into her lap. The simple act of sitting in this profound quiet seemed to be performing some kind of healing she could not understand, but could clearly feel. The first hint of dawn appeared through the high windows, not yet light, but a lessening of the darkness that suggested the sun's approach. In that subtle shift from deep night toward morning, Sarah felt something equally subtle shift within herself. The constant mental chatter that usually filled her awareness began to quiet, not through effort or concentration, but through simple exposure to the depth of silence that surrounded her. She became aware of layers of quiet she had never noticed before. First, the obvious silence, the absence of conversation, of traffic, of the mechanical sounds that usually formed the background of her life. But beneath that was something deeper, the silence between thoughts, the space between heartbeats, the profound stillness that exists at the center of all movement. The water continued to fall into the stone basin, drop by drop, marking time in a rhythm that seemed to come from before time began. Each drop created a small circle of ripples that expanded outward before disappearing, only to be followed by another drop, another set of circles, an endless cycle of emergence and dissolution that mesmerized and calmed. As she watched the water, Sarah began to understand something about her own thoughts. Like the ripples, they arose from some source she could not see, expanded across the surface of her awareness, then faded back into stillness. The problem had never been the thoughts themselves, but her identification with them, her belief that she was the thoughts rather than the stillness from which they emerged. Time seemed to flow differently in the chapel of silence. Sarah could not tell if they had been sitting for minutes or hours. The usual markers by which she measured duration, the completion of tasks, the progression of scheduled activities, the movement of clocks, had no relevance here. There was only the eternal present, each moment complete in itself, each breath an entire lifetime of experience. Gradually, as if emerging from some other realm, she became aware that the light was changing. Dawn was approaching in earnest now, and the high windows were beginning to glow with the first hint of sunrise. The stone walls seemed to absorb and hold the growing light, warming from gray to gold as the sun climbed toward the horizon. Brother Jerome rose from his seat with movements so fluid they seemed to disturb the silence not at all. Others began to stand as well, each person moving when some inner signal told them the time had come. There was no formal ending to the session, no bell or announcement, simply the natural conclusion that comes when a community moves together in deep attunement. The bells will ring soon for morning prayer, Brother Jerome said softly as they emerged from the chapel into the growing light. But sometimes the deepest prayer happens in the space beyond words, beyond even intention. Sometimes we pray simply by being present to the mystery that breathes us. Sarah nodded, understanding more than she could express. The hour in the chapel of silence had shifted something fundamental in her relationship to her own mind. She had tasted a quality of peace that existed independent of circumstances, a stillness that was always available beneath the surface of even the most chaotic experiences. They walked together through the monastery grounds as the sun cleared the eastern peaks, painting the gardens in shades of rose and gold. The herbs seemed to shimmer in the early light, their leaves catching dewdrops like scattered diamonds. The air was beginning to warm, and with the warmth came the morning fragrances Sarah was learning to recognize: lavender and rosemary, chamomile and lemon balm, each plant offering its gift to the awakening day. "Will you join us for breakfast?" Brother Jerome asked as they approached the refectory, a long, low building adjacent to the main chapel. Meals here are taken in silence as well, but it's a different quality of quiet, more social, more shared. The refectory was a simple space with long wooden tables and benches, windows that looked out onto the gardens, and a serving area where steam rose from large pots and the scent of fresh bread filled the air. Monks moved quietly about the space, setting places with simple earthenware bowls and cups, arranging baskets of bread and jars of honey, and preserves made from the monastery's own fruits. Sarah found a place at one of the tables, settling onto a bench worn smooth by years of use. The silence here was indeed different from that of the chapel, warmer, more companionable, filled with the gentle sounds of people sharing a meal together. Spoons clinked softly against bowls. Chairs shifted as people adjusted their positions. Water poured into cups with quiet splashing sounds. The food was simple but extraordinary. Porridge made from grains grown in the monastery's own fields, sweetened with honey from their beehives, and flavored with herbs from the garden. Fresh bread still warm from the ovens, with a crust that crackled when broken, and a crumb that was tender and perfectly textured. Preserves made from berries that grew wild on the mountainsides, their flavor concentrated and intense. But it was not just the quality of the food that made the meal extraordinary. It was the attention with which it was consumed. Without conversation to distract from the experience, Sarah found herself truly tasting her food for perhaps the first time in years. Each spoonful of porridge was a complete experience. The creamy texture of the oats, the floral sweetness of the honey, the subtle herbaceous notes that spoke of the garden's influence. She watched other diners and saw the same quality of attention reflected in their movements. Brother Thomas chewed slowly, his eyes closed, obviously savoring each bite. Brother Francis spread jam on his bread with artistic precision, treating the simple act as if it were a sacred ritual. Everyone ate with gratitude and mindfulness, treating the meal as another form of prayer. After breakfast, Sarah found herself walking alone through the monastery grounds, processing the morning's experiences. The time in the chapel of silence had opened something in her, a door to a dimension of peace she had not known existed. But it was not peace as an escape from life. Rather, it was peace as a deeper way of engaging with life, of being present to each moment without the constant filter of mental commentary. She wandered into a section of the garden she had not yet explored, where ancient fruit trees grew in seemingly random patterns. Apple trees heavy with small, perfectly formed fruit, pear trees, whose branches bent under the weight of their harvest, plum trees, with leaves that caught the morning light like stained glass. The fruit was not the large, perfect specimens she was used to seeing in grocery stores, but smaller, more varied, with the distinctive character that comes from heritage varieties grown without chemical intervention. A monk was working among the trees, carefully harvesting fruit and placing it in wooden baskets. He was an older man with strong hands and a face that spoke of decades spent in outdoor work. When he noticed Sarah's presence, he looked up with the same welcoming smile she had come to expect from the monastery's residents. Brother Gabriel, he introduced himself, setting down his basket and wiping his hands on a cloth tucked into his rope belt. And you must be Sarah. Word travels quickly in a small community, especially when we have visitors who show such interest in our gardens. Everything here is so beautiful, Sarah said, looking around at the fruit trees with their bounty of ripening fruit, so abundant and healthy. How do you manage it without chemicals? Ah, Brother Gabriel smiled, his eyes crinkling with obvious pleasure in the question. The secret is not in what we add, but in what we understand. These trees have been growing here for over a century, some of them. They've developed relationships with the soil, with the other plants, with the insects and birds. Our job is simply to support those relationships, not to control them. He led her to a particularly magnificent apple tree, its branches heavy with fruit that ranged from deep red to golden yellow. This is a Liberty apple, he explained, reaching up to touch one of the fruits with obvious affection. Bred for disease resistance and planted here in 1952. She's never had a chemical treatment of any kind, yet look at her abundance. Sarah looked up into the tree's canopy and saw what he meant. The leaves were healthy and green, the fruit well-formed and obviously thriving. But more than that, the tree seemed to radiate a kind of vitality that spoke of deep health and contentment. The soil, Brother Gabriel continued, kneeling to scoop up a handful of the dark earth around the tree's base. We've been feeding it compost made from our kitchen scraps and garden waste for decades. The earthworms have turned it into the most fertile medium you could imagine. Feel it. Sarah knelt beside him and took some of the soil in her hands. It was incredibly rich and dark, with the sweet, earthy fragrance of healthy humus. It crumbled between her fingers with perfect texture, not too sandy, not too heavy, but with the ideal balance that plants love. She could see earthworms moving through it, and tiny insects that spoke of a thriving soil ecosystem. This is what permaculture really means, Brother Gabriel said, standing and brushing the soil from his hands. Permanent culture, creating systems that sustain themselves and improve over time. These trees give us fruit, but they also provide habitat for beneficial insects, create windbreaks for the more delicate herbs, drop leaves that feed the soil. Everything gives to everything else. They spent the morning walking among the fruit trees, and Sarah began to understand the complex web of relationships that made the monastery's abundance possible. Companion plants grew beneath the trees, comfrey that accumulated minerals in its deep roots, nasturtiums that deterred harmful insects while attracting beneficial ones, clover that fixed nitrogen from the air and made it available to other plants. Nothing here happens by accident, Brother Gabriel explained as they paused beside a particularly beautiful pear tree, whose trunk was surrounded by a living mulch of fragrant herbs. Every plant, every placement, every practice has been considered and tested over generations. But the real secret is patience, allowing systems to develop at their own pace, trusting in processes that are older and wiser than our individual understanding. Sarah found herself thinking about her own life, about the impatience and forcing that had characterized so much of her recent experience, how different it might be to approach her work, her relationships, her own growth with the kind of patient trust that Brother Gabriel described. What might be possible if she could learn to work with natural rhythms rather than against them? They harvested fruit together, selecting only those specimens that were perfectly ripe, handling each one with care and gratitude. The apples came away from their branches with the slightest pressure, as if they were eager to fulfill their purpose of nourishing those who attended their growth. The pears were fragrant and slightly soft, their skin glowing with the particular luminescence that speaks of fruit that has ripened naturally in the sun. These will go to the kitchen for today's meals, Brother Gabriel explained as they filled basket after basket with the morning's harvest. Some will be preserved for winter, dried, or made into preserves, or stored in the root cellar where they'll keep for months. Nothing is wasted, everything is used. As the morning progressed, Sarah found herself entering the same meditative state she had experienced while working with the herbs. The simple, repetitive actions of harvesting became a prayer in motion, each fruit selected and gathered with attention and gratitude. The sun warmed her back. The breeze carried the mingled fragrances of ripe fruit and aromatic herbs, and the peaceful sounds of the monastery's daily life created a backdrop of profound contentment. Other monks appeared throughout the garden, each one absorbed in his own tasks, but all contributing to the same harmonious whole. Brother Michael worked with the beehives, moving among them with confident calm, his face protected by a wide-brimmed hat, but no other gear. The bees seemed to accept his presence as natural, continuing their work while he carefully inspected their homes and harvested honey from frames heavy with their golden treasure. Brother Paul was working in the vegetable garden, harvesting tomatoes and peppers beans, and squash, filling baskets with the abundance that would feed the community through the coming seasons. His movements were efficient but unhurried, and Sarah could see the deep satisfaction he took in this most fundamental of human activities, gathering food from the earth. "The garden teaches us about time," Brother Gabriel observed as they paused to rest in the shade of an ancient oak tree that stood at the center of the orchard. Not time as measurement, but time as process. A tree doesn't hurry to produce fruit, it simply grows, season after season, developing the strength and maturity needed to fulfill its purpose. Sarah leaned against the oak's massive trunk and felt its stability, its rootedness in the earth and reaching toward the sky. How long had this tree been growing here? She wondered. What had it witnessed over the decades of its life? What wisdom had it accumulated through countless seasons of growth and rest, budding and fruiting, the eternal cycle of death and renewal that governs all living things? "Sometimes I think we've forgotten how to live in natural time," she said, voicing a thought that had been forming throughout her stay at the monastery. "Everything in my regular life feels so urgent, so pressured. There's never enough time, never enough rest." "Ah," Brother Gabriel nodded with understanding. "The tyranny of artificial time. Clocks and schedules and deadlines that have no relationship to the rhythms of life itself. Here, we try to remember that there are other ways to measure time, by the growth of plants, by the cycles of seasons, by the natural rhythms of work, and rest that our bodies know if we learn to listen to them." As if to emphasize his point, the bells began to ring for midday prayer, but the sound was not harsh or demanding. It was simply an invitation, a gentle reminder that the community gathered at certain times to acknowledge together the sacred dimension of their shared life. Sarah had come to love the sound of those bells, the way they seemed to sanctify each moment, while never insisting on anything beyond what felt natural and right. They gathered their baskets of fruit and made their way toward the refectory for the midday meal. The kitchen windows were open, and the scents emerging spoke of a feast prepared from the morning's harvest. Fresh bread, soup made from garden vegetables, salads dressed with herbs picked at the peak of their flavor. "This is what abundance really means," Brother Gabriel said as they walked along the stone pathways, their baskets heavy with the garden's gifts. "Not having more than we need, but having exactly what we need when we need it, grown with love and received with gratitude. True wealth is not about accumulation. It's about participation in the endless generosity of life itself." The midday meal was another exercise in mindful eating, another opportunity to practice presence and gratitude. Sarah found herself marveling at the complex flavors that emerged when food was grown with such care and attention. The tomatoes in the salad tasted like concentrated sunshine. The herbs added layers of flavor she had never noticed before. And the bread made from the monastery's own grain had a depth and character that spoke of soil and weather, patience and skill. After the meal, as the afternoon heat built outside, many of the monks retreated to their cells for rest. Sarah did the same, but found herself too full of new experiences to sleep immediately. Instead, she sat by her window, looking out over the gardens that had become her teachers, processing the morning's lessons about time and patience, abundance and gratitude. The chapel of silence had shown her the peace that exists beyond thought, and the garden had taught her about working in harmony with natural rhythms. Each experience built upon the others, creating a foundation of understanding that felt both completely new and utterly familiar, as if she were remembering something she had always known but had somehow forgotten. As the afternoon wore on and the shadows began to lengthen, Sarah felt something settling into place inside her, a quality of peace that seemed independent of external circumstances, a center of stillness that remained constant even as thoughts and emotions continued to arise and pass away. The monastery was working its gentle magic, not through dramatic revelations, but through the accumulated effect of countless small moments of presence and peace. When the bells rang for evening prayer, she made her way to the main chapel with a heart full of gratitude. The day had been rich with learning and discovery, yet it had unfolded with such natural ease that it felt more like play than work. This, she realized, was what life could be like when it was lived in alignment with deeper rhythms, not effortless, but effort directed toward what truly mattered, energy spent in harmony rather than resistance. The evening service included readings from mystics and poets who had found the divine in the natural world. And Sarah listened with new understanding to words about God speaking through creation, about the earth as a book of sacred wisdom, about the possibility of finding heaven not in some distant realm, but in the careful attention to the miracles that surrounded them always. As darkness settled over the monastery, she made her way back to her cell with a mind that felt both emptied and filled, emptied of the constant mental chatter that usually occupied her attention, filled with the peace and presence she had discovered in the chapel of silence, and cultivated through the day's gentle work. Tonight, there was no need for chamomile tea to encourage sleep. Her body was naturally tired from the day's activities, her mind naturally quiet from the deep peace she had touched in the morning's meditation. As she settled into the narrow bed, she could hear the gentle sounds of the monastery's evening routine, the soft voices of monks calling good night to one another, the rustle of robes in the corridors, the final ringing of the bell that marked the end of the day. Sleep came easily, dreamlessly, carrying her deep into the restorative darkness, where healing continued its patient work. She slept the sleep of those who have found their right place in the world, cradled by the peace that surpasses understanding, blessed by the accumulated prayers of generations, and held by the loving presence of the earth itself. Chapter 4: The Wisdom of Water. Sarah woke to the sound of rain, gentle drops pattering against her window, with a rhythm that seemed designed to soothe rather than disturb. The sky beyond the glass was gray and soft, wrapped in clouds that had settled over the mountain during the night like a grandmother's quilt, bringing with them the gift of moisture for the gardens and a quality of light that made everything look as if it were seen through silver gauze. She lay in bed for a while, listening to the rain's soft percussion and breathing air that was suddenly rich with humidity, and the green scent of growing things receiving exactly what they needed. There was something profoundly peaceful about waking to rain in this place, not the harsh downpours that often characterized storms in the city, but gentle precipitation that fell with the unhurried patience of water that knows it has all the time in the world to accomplish its work. When she finally rose and moved to the window, the view was transformed. The gardens were veiled in mist, their edges softened and made mysterious by the gentle rain. Everything looked different in this light, more intimate, more secret, as if the monastery had wrapped itself in a cocoon of weather that created perfect conditions for introspection and deep rest. Drops of water clung to every surface, the leaves of the herbs, the petals of late blooming flowers, the spider webs stretched between fence posts that had suddenly become visible as works of art outlined in diamonds. The stone pathways gleamed with moisture, and the fountain in the main courtyard overflowed with abundance as it caught and celebrated the rain's addition to its endless circulation. Sarah dressed warmly and made her way outside, drawn by an impulse to experience the rain directly rather than observing it from behind glass. The moment she stepped into the open air, she felt the difference, not just in temperature, but in the very quality of the atmosphere. The air was soft and caressing, carrying scents that were deeper and richer than those of dry days. The loamy fragrance of earth drinking deeply, the green perfume of plants opening themselves to receive moisture, the clean scent of air washed free of dust and impurities. Other figures moved through the misty landscape, monks going about their morning routines with the same peaceful efficiency they maintained in all weather. But their movements seemed even more contemplative today, as if the rain encouraged deeper inwardness. more careful attention to each action and breath. Brother Thomas emerged from the herb garden. His brown robes darkened with moisture, but his face bright with the particular joy that some people find in weather that others might consider inconvenient. He carried a basket covered with cloth, protecting whatever harvest he had managed to complete before the rain began in earnest. Perfect weather for the water garden, he called to Sarah as she approached, his voice carrying easily through the soft air. Brother Benedict is leading a meditation there this morning. Rain is the teacher today. He gestured toward a part of the monastery grounds Sarah had not yet explored, where the sound of running water was more pronounced than elsewhere. Through the mist, she could make out stone channels and pools, terraced gardens where water moved in carefully designed cascades from level to level, creating music as it traveled from its mountain source toward the valley below. Brother Benedict, Sarah asked, adjusting her jacket against the gentle rain. Our water keeper, Brother Thomas explained, his eyes sparkling with affection. 40 years he spent learning from water how it moves, how it heals, how it teaches patience and persistence. If anyone can help you understand why water is one of our greatest spiritual teachers, it's him. The path to the water garden led through a grove of trees whose leaves created a natural canopy, filtering the rain into an even gentler mist. Sarah could hear the sound of water growing stronger as they walked, not the harsh rush of urban runoff, but the melodious voice of water moving thoughtfully through landscapes designed to honor its passage. The water garden revealed itself gradually through the mist like something from a dream. Streams emerged from natural springs high on the mountain and flowed through carefully constructed channels lined with smooth river stones. The water moved from pool to pool in a series of small waterfalls, each one creating its own note in an aquatic symphony that seemed to change and develop as the rain added its voice to the composition. Brother Benedict was standing beside the largest pool, a man in his 70s whose white hair was damp with mist, but whose posture spoke of vitality and deep contentment. He was watching the rain create expanding circles on the water's surface, each drop adding its temporary mandala to the pond's constantly changing meditation. Sarah, he said without turning around, as if he had sensed her approach through some water sense she didn't know existed. Perfect timing. The rain is teaching its most important lesson today. She joined him beside the pool, where the water was clear enough to see the bottom covered in smooth stones of every color: gray granite, red sandstone, white quartz, black basalt. Fish moved lazily through the depths, their movements creating gentle currents that caught the light and sent it dancing across the stone surfaces. "What lesson is that?" Sarah asked, watching the raindrops create their ephemeral art on the water's surface. "Patience," Brother Benedict replied, his voice carrying the same fluid quality she had come to associate with all the monks. "Watch a single raindrop. It falls from the sky with complete trust, knowing that it will find its way to where it needs to go. It doesn't struggle against gravity or try to fall faster than is natural. It simply allows itself to be carried by forces larger than itself." As if to demonstrate his point, a large drop fell from a tree branch above them and landed in the pool with a gentle splash. Circles expanded outward from the point of impact, growing wider and fainter until they reached the edges of the pool and disappeared. "Each drop is temporary," Brother Benedict continued, "but each one is also part of something eternal. That drop has been water for millions of years. Rain, river, ocean, snow, ice, vapor. It has traveled through countless cycles, taken countless forms, but its essential nature never changes." Sarah found herself mesmerized by the process he was describing. Watching the rain fell on the pool, she began to see each drop not as a separate event, but as part of an infinite circulation that connected the sky above with the earth below, the mountain's springs with the distant ocean, the present moment with all of time. "This is why we built the water garden," Brother Benedict explained, leading her along stone pathways that followed the water's course through the monastery grounds. "To learn from water's wisdom, water teaches us about flow, how to move through life without forcing, how to find the natural path around obstacles, how to persist without violence." They paused beside a place where the stream encountered a large boulder in its path, rather than fighting against the stone. The water simply divided and flowed around it, the two streams reuniting on the downstream side, as if the obstacle had never existed. "Obstacles," Brother Benedict said, gesturing toward the boulder, "are not problems to be solved, but opportunities to discover new pathways. Water doesn't waste energy trying to move what cannot be moved. It finds the way that works and flows forward with complete confidence." The rain was intensifying slightly, but neither of them seemed inclined to seek shelter. There was something deeply peaceful about standing in the gentle precipitation, feeling it soak slowly through their clothes, while they observed its interaction with the carefully designed landscape around them. "In my life before coming here," Sarah said, thinking of the stress and struggle that had characterized her recent years, "I think I spent most of my time trying to move boulders instead of flowing around them." Brother Benedict smiled with understanding. "Most of us do. We're taught to believe that strength means opposition, that success requires force. But water is the strongest element on earth precisely because it never opposes anything directly. It simply persists, finding the natural way forward, wearing down even the hardest stone through patient, gentle consistency. They came to a series of pools arranged in terraces, each one slightly lower than the last, allowing water to flow in gentle cascades from level to level. The sound was hypnotic, a liquid music that seemed to speak directly to some deep place in Sarah's nervous system, calming and centering her with each note. "Sit with me," Brother Benedict suggested, indicating a stone bench positioned to overlook the cascading pools. "Let's practice the water meditation. It's one of our oldest contemplative practices." The bench was carved from a single piece of granite, worn smooth by decades of weather and use. Despite the rain, it was comfortable to sit on, and Sarah found that the moisture actually made her feel more connected to the environment rather than separate from it. "Close your eyes," Brother Benedict instructed gently, "and listen to the water. Don't try to analyze the sounds or separate them into individual notes. Simply let them flow through your awareness the way water flows through this garden." Sarah closed her eyes, and immediately the soundscape became richer, more complex. She could hear the main stream as it bubbled over rocks and around bends, the smaller cascades as they tumbled from pool to pool, the gentle percussion of raindrops striking water and stone. But gradually, as she listened without trying to categorize or understand, the individual sounds began to merge into something larger, a liquid symphony that seemed to speak of processes much greater than anything her mind could grasp. "Water teaches us about letting go." Brother Benedict's voice came softly through the rain. "Every moment, it releases its attachment to whatever form it has taken and allows itself to become something new. River becomes ocean, becomes cloud, becomes rain, becomes stream. Always moving, always changing, always returning to its source." As she listened, Sarah began to understand what he meant. She could feel her own resistance to change, her tendency to cling to familiar patterns even when they no longer served her. But the water showed a different way, constant transformation that was not loss, but renewal, continuous change, that was not chaos, but perfect order. "Breathe with the water," Brother Benedict suggested. "Let your inhale follow the sound of water flowing into the pools. Let your exhale follow its cascade to the next level. Let your breath become part of the water's circulation." The practice was surprisingly natural. Sarah found her breathing slowing and deepening as she synchronized it with the rhythms of the flowing water. Each inhale seemed to draw in not just air, but the essential qualities of water itself: fluidity, adaptability, persistence, peace. Each exhale released tensions and rigidities she had been carrying, allowing them to flow away like sediment carried downstream. Time became as fluid as the water itself. Sarah lost track of how long they sat in meditation, aware only of the endless circulation of breath and water, rain and mist, the continuous exchange between her inner world and the flowing environment that surrounded them. Her body began to feel less solid, more permeable, as if the boundaries between self and world were dissolving like salt in clear water. Water has no agenda. Brother Benedict's voice came from what seemed like a great distance. Though he was sitting right beside her, it doesn't try to flow uphill or resist the pull of gravity. It simply follows the natural laws that govern its movement, and in doing so accomplishes everything that needs to be accomplished. Sarah felt something profound in these words, a teaching that went far beyond the practical management of streams and pools. In her life before the monastery, she had exhausted herself trying to force outcomes, pushing against natural rhythms, fighting battles that water would have simply flowed around. How much energy had she wasted in resistance that served no purpose except to create suffering? Open your eyes slowly, Brother Benedict suggested after what felt like hours, but might have been minutes. See the water garden with fresh vision. When Sarah opened her eyes, the world looked transformed. The rain had intensified into a gentle but steady shower, and every surface was alive with movement and light. Water ran down the stone channels in silver streams, pooled in the basins with perfect clarity, and danced on the surfaces where raindrops continued their ancient percussion. But more than the visual beauty, she could see the intelligence in the garden's design. Nothing was forced or artificial. The water followed courses that worked with the natural topography, moving efficiently from higher to lower levels, while creating maximum beauty and sound along the way. Plants were placed exactly where they would receive the right amount of moisture. Stones positioned to create the most pleasing cascades. Pools shaped to encourage reflection and contemplation. 30 years I spent designing this garden, Brother Benedict said, following her gaze as she took in the masterful integration of water, stone, and plant. But the real design was done by the water itself. I simply watched where it wanted to go and helped it get there. They rose from the bench and continued their walk through the water garden, following pathways that curved and meandered like streams themselves. Sarah noticed that every element seemed to serve multiple purposes. The stones that lined the channels were beautiful, but also functional, controlling the water's flow and preventing erosion. The plants that grew along the streams were chosen not just for their visual appeal, but for their ability to filter and purify the water as it passed. Permaculture principles, Brother Benedict explained as they paused beside a constructed wetland where reeds and rushes grew in carefully designed beds. Every element should serve multiple functions, and every function should be served by multiple elements. The plants here clean the water, but they also provide habitat for birds and insects, prevent erosion, and create beauty. The stones control flow, but they also provide thermal mass and habitat for beneficial microorganisms. Sarah was beginning to understand that the monastery's approach to everything, from gardening to architecture to daily schedules, was based on the same principles she was seeing in the water garden. Nothing was wasted. Everything was connected, and natural processes were supported rather than opposed. They came to the source of the monastery's water system, a spring that bubbled up from deep within the mountain, emerging from a crack in the granite bedrock to form a clear pool surrounded by moss-covered stones. The water was incredibly pure, so clear that Sarah could see every detail of the pool's bottom, every tiny aquatic plant that grew in the rocky crevices. Pilgrims have been coming to this spring for over 1,000 years, Brother Benedict said, kneeling beside the pool and cupping water in his hands. Long before the monastery was built, this was considered a sacred place. The local people called it the heart of the mountain. They believed the water carried healing properties from the earth's deep places. He offered the cupped water to Sarah. "Taste it," he suggested, "not just with your mouth, but with your whole being. Let it teach you about purity, about the essence from which all other flavors emerge." Sarah knelt beside him and received the water in her own cupped hands. The moment it touched her lips, she understood what he meant. This was water as she had never tasted it, not just pure, but somehow alive, carrying a vitality and sweetness that seemed to come from the mountain's very soul. It was neither warm nor cold, but perfectly neutral. A liquid that seemed to harmonize with her body temperature and pH, as if it had been specifically created for human consumption. "The water remembers," Brother Benedict said as they both drank from the spring. "It carries information from every place it has been, every rock it has touched, every root it has nourished. When we drink mindfully, we take in not just H2O, but the wisdom of the entire watershed." As the morning progressed, they explored more of the water garden's features. Sarah learned about the monastery's ingenious water collection system, gutters and channels that captured rainwater from roofs and pathways, directing it into underground cisterns where it could be stored for dry periods. She saw how gray water from sinks and showers was filtered through constructed wetlands before being used to irrigate the gardens, creating a closed-loop system that wasted nothing. Water is the ultimate teacher of sustainability, Brother Benedict explained as they watched water from the kitchen flowing through a series of gravel beds planted with willows and reeds. In nature, There is no waste. Everything is recycled. Everything is reused. Water shows us how to create abundance through circulation rather than consumption. The rain began to lighten as midday approached, but the clouds remained, creating a soft, diffused light that made everything look as if it were glowing from within. The air was fresh and clean, washed free of dust, and filled with the negative ions that researchers had discovered could improve mood and mental clarity. Brother Benedict led Sarah to a covered pavilion where other members of the community had gathered for what he called water meditation. The structure was open on all sides, but roofed with clay tiles that created music as the rain struck them. A gentle, rhythmic sound that added another layer to the water garden's symphony. The group was small, perhaps 8 people including Sarah, sitting on cushions arranged in a circle around a low table that held a simple glass bowl filled with spring water. The meditation was unlike anything Sarah had experienced before. Instead of focusing on breath or mantras, they simply sat and listened to the rain, to the flowing streams, to the countless voices of water as it moved through the landscape around them. Water meditation teaches us about presence, Brother Benedict explained in a voice so soft it barely rose above the sound of the rain. Water is always completely present to the moment. It doesn't hold onto the past or anxiously anticipate the future. It simply flows with complete attention to the here and now. As they sat in silence, Sarah found her awareness naturally expanding to include the entire soundscape of the water garden. She could hear water at every scale, from the gentle patter of raindrops on leaves to the substantial flow of the main stream, from the tiny trickle of condensation running down windows to the robust cascade of the largest waterfall. But gradually, something remarkable happened. Instead of hearing these as separate sounds, she began to perceive them as parts of a single, unified process. The rain feeding the streams filling the pools overflowing into lower channels, all of it one continuous circulation, one unbroken flow that connected sky and earth, mountain and valley, present and eternal. The meditation continued for perhaps an hour, though time seemed irrelevant in the hypnotic presence of so much moving water. When Brother Benedict finally rang a small bell to signal the end of the session, Sarah felt as if she were emerging from a dream, not the confused dream of sleep, but the lucid dream of deep meditation, where reality becomes more real, more vivid, more interconnected than ordinary consciousness allows. "How do you feel?" Brother Benedict asked as the group began to stir and stretch. Sarah considered the question carefully. "Different," she said finally. "More fluid, like something rigid in me has dissolved." Brother Benedict smiled with obvious pleasure. That's exactly what water meditation is designed to accomplish. We carry so much unnecessary rigidity in our bodies, our minds, our emotions. Water teaches us that strength and flexibility are not opposites, but partners. The most powerful river is also the most adaptable. As they left the pavilion, the rain began to diminish to a gentle mist. The clouds were starting to break apart, revealing hints of blue sky and suggesting that the afternoon might bring sun. But the morning's precipitation had done its work. The gardens were deeply watered. The air was clean and fresh, and everyone seemed to move with the relaxed satisfaction that comes after a good soaking rain. Brother Benedict led Sarah to one final stop in the water garden, a still pool surrounded by stones and planted with water lilies. The surface was like a mirror, reflecting the sky and clouds with such perfect clarity that it was difficult to tell where water ended and air began. "This is our contemplation pool," he explained, settling onto a stone bench positioned to overlook the still water. "Here we practice the deepest water teaching, the meditation of reflection." Sarah sat beside him and looked into the pool's mirror-like surface. At first, she saw only the obvious reflections: clouds, trees, her own face looking back at her. But as she continued to gaze into the still water, something subtler began to emerge. "What do you see?" Brother Benedict asked gently. "My reflection," Sarah said, then paused as she looked more deeply. "But also something else. It's like looking at myself, but not exactly myself. More like the part of me that's always been peaceful, even when I didn't know it was there." "Ah," Brother Benedict nodded with satisfaction. "You're beginning to see with water eyes." Still, water shows us not just our surface appearance, but our essential nature, the unchanging awareness that remains constant beneath all the waves of thought and emotion. They sat in contemplative silence, gazing into the pool's depths. Sarah found herself understanding, for the first time, what mystics meant when they spoke of the mirror of consciousness, the still point at the center of all movement. The pool reflected everything that appeared before it with perfect accuracy, but it was never disturbed by what it reflected. Clouds might race across its surface, but the water itself remained peaceful and clear. "This is what we're cultivating in all our practices," Brother Benedict said as the mist began to clear and shafts of sunlight started to penetrate the clouds. "A consciousness that's like still water, responsive, but not reactive, clear, but not judgmental, present, but not attached." As if summoned by his words, a blue heron appeared at the edge of the pool, moving with the fluid grace that water birds possess. It stood motionless for several minutes, studying the water with patient attention, then struck with lightning speed, coming up with a small fish that it swallowed with obvious satisfaction. Even the hunter learns from water, Brother Benedict observed quietly. Perfect stillness until the moment for action arrives, then movement that's swift and sure, because it's in complete harmony with natural timing. The sun broke through the clouds more decisively now, creating steam where its rays struck the wet stones, and sending rainbows dancing through the droplets that clung to spider webs and flower petals. The entire water garden began to sparkle, as if set with diamonds, every surface reflecting and refracting light in ways that turned the ordinary landscape into something magical. This is why we give thanks for rain, Brother Benedict said, rising and stretching in the emerging sunshine, not just because the plants need water, but because rain washes the world clean, reveals its essential beauty, reminds us that everything is sacred when seen with clear eyes. They walked back through the monastery grounds as the afternoon sun gained strength, transforming the rain-soaked landscape into something that seemed to glow from within. The herbs in the garden released intensified fragrances as the sun warmed their wet leaves, creating an olfactory symphony that spoke of cleansing and renewal. Sarah's clothes were thoroughly damp, but she felt no discomfort. Instead, she felt renewed, baptized by the morning's rain and the deep teachings of the water garden. Something had shifted in her understanding of flow and resistance, of strength and flexibility, of the difference between forcing and allowing. Will you join us for the afternoon work? Brother Benedict asked as they approached the main buildings. We're processing the morning's herb harvest, perfect work for a day when water has been our teacher. The afternoon was spent in the monastery's still room, where the rain-washed herbs were prepared for drying and preservation. The work was meditative and satisfying, each plant handled with the same reverence Sarah had learned to bring to all the monastery's activities. As they worked, Brother Benedict and the other monks shared stories about water, legends of healing springs, accounts of communities that had learned to live in harmony with rivers and rainfall, wisdom traditions that recognized water as a sacred element. Every great spiritual tradition includes water rituals, Brother Benedict explained as they carefully arranged lavender stems on drying screens. Baptism, ritual bathing, meditation beside streams and lakes. Water is the universal symbol of purification, renewal, the return to innocence. As the afternoon wore on, Sarah found herself thinking about the parallels between the water garden's design and the inner landscape of consciousness. Just as the monks had learned to work with water's natural patterns rather than opposing them, perhaps she could learn to work with her mind's natural rhythms instead of fighting against them. The thoughts and emotions that had seemed so problematic in her previous life, the anxiety, the restlessness, the constant mental activity. Perhaps these were like water encountering obstacles instead of trying to stop them or force them into different patterns. Maybe she could learn to create channels for them to flow naturally. Pools where they could settle and clarify. Outlets where they could contribute to something larger than themselves. When the bells rang for evening prayer, Sarah made her way to the chapel with a sense of gratitude that felt as natural and flowing as the streams in the water garden. The day had been rich with learning, but it had unfolded with such organic ease that it felt more like play than work, more like coming home than acquiring new information. The evening service included prayers for rain and rivers, for the health of watersheds and the wisdom of water. As the community sang together, Sarah felt herself joining not just with the human voices around her, but with the larger song that included the stream running past the chapel walls, the rain that might return in the night, and the great circulation that connected all water everywhere. When the service ended and darkness began to settle over the monastery, Sarah walked slowly back to her cell. The pathways were still damp from the day's rain, but the clouds had mostly cleared, revealing stars that seemed unusually bright in the clean, washed air. In her room, she found another gift from the monastery's healing tradition, a small bottle of what the label identified as spring blessing water, along with a note explaining that it was water from the mountain spring, blessed and energized through exposure to moonlight and prayer. The instructions suggested adding a few drops to her evening tea, or simply holding the bottle while meditating on the qualities of water she wanted to cultivate in herself. As she prepared for sleep, Sarah reflected on the profound teachings the day had offered. Water as teacher, as healer, as mirror for consciousness itself. The understanding that strength came not from rigidity, but from flexibility, that persistence meant finding the natural path rather than forcing arbitrary ones. She fell asleep to the sound of water running past her window. The stream that had been flowing through this landscape for millennia, carrying its ancient wisdom from the mountain's heart toward the distant sea. In her dreams, she felt herself flowing with that water, part of the great circulation that connected all life, all consciousness, all being in one vast, loving, ever-moving whole. Chapter 5: The Heart of Compassion. Sarah woke to find the world transformed yet again. The previous day's rain had passed, leaving behind air so clean and pure it seemed to sparkle with its own light. Through her window, she could see the monastery gardens gleaming with droplets that caught the early morning sun like scattered jewels. Each herb and flower looking refreshed and renewed by its drink of mountain water. But there was something else different about this morning, a quality of warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the palpable sense of loving kindness that seemed to emanate from every stone and pathway of the monastery. It was as if the rain had washed away not just dust and residue, but some invisible barrier that had prevented her from fully feeling the depth of care that permeated this place. She dressed quickly and stepped outside, drawn by the sound of voices raised in harmony somewhere across the courtyard. Following the music, she discovered a small chapel she had not yet explored. Its doors open wide to let in the morning air and light. Inside, a group of monks were practicing what sounded like Gregorian chant, their voices weaving together in harmonies that seemed to lift the very air around them. Brother Matthew noticed her presence and gestured for her to enter. He was a middle-aged monk with eyes that held particular warmth. And when he smiled, it was with the kind of radiance that seemed to come from some deep well of contentment and joy. The other monks continued their chanting as she found a place on one of the simple wooden benches, letting the music wash over her like a gentle tide. The chapel was smaller and more intimate than the main sanctuary, with windows positioned to catch the morning light and cast it in golden pools across the stone floor. The acoustics were perfect for chanting, every voice clearly audible, yet blended into a unified whole that created overtones and harmonics of almost supernatural beauty. As she listened, Sarah began to understand that this was not just musical practice, but a form of prayer that engaged the whole being. The monks' faces were peaceful and focused, their breathing deep and synchronized, their bodies relaxed yet alert. They were using their voices as instruments of devotion, creating vibrations that seemed designed to open the heart and quiet the mind. When the chanting ended, the silence that followed was profound and sweet, filled with the echo of the sacred sounds that had just completed their work. Brother Matthew approached Sarah with the same gentle smile that had first welcomed her. "Good morning, sister," he said, using a term of address that felt both formal and deeply familial. "I'm Brother Matthew. We've heard that you're learning the monastery's healing arts. Today, if you're willing, we'd like to share with you what we consider the most powerful medicine of all." Sarah felt curious and open, ready for whatever teaching this day might bring. "What medicine is that?" "Compassion," Brother Matthew replied simply. "The practice of loving kindness for ourselves, for others, for all beings everywhere. It's the foundation that makes all other healing possible." He led her from the chapel into the morning sunshine, where the gardens sparkled with yesterday's rain, and the air hummed with the activity of bees and birds going about their ancient work. But instead of heading toward the herb gardens or the water features, Brother Matthew guided her toward a part of the monastery she had not yet visited, a series of buildings that looked more residential, more lived in, than the formal structures of chapel and refectory. The hospice, he explained, as they walked along paths lined with flowering bushes that released their fragrances into the warming air. We care for people in their final days here, pilgrims who have come seeking a peaceful place to die, local people whose families cannot provide the care they need, anyone who arrives at our doors in need of comfort and healing. Sarah felt a flutter of uncertainty. Her own relationship with illness and death had been complicated by anxiety and avoidance, the kind of discomfort that many people feel when confronted with mortality and suffering. But Brother Matthew seemed to sense her hesitation and paused beside a garden where morning glories climbed a wooden trellis, their trumpet-shaped flowers opening to greet the sun. "Fear is natural," he said gently, his voice carrying the same warmth as his eyes. Fear of death, fear of suffering, fear of our own helplessness in the face of pain. But compassion practice teaches us that these fears lose their power when we approach them with an open heart. Love, it turns out, is stronger than fear. The hospice building was beautiful in its simplicity. Stone walls warmed by climbing roses, windows that looked out onto peaceful gardens, an entrance shaded by an ancient oak tree whose branches seemed to embrace the structure with protective care. Everything about the place spoke of comfort and dignity, of death being honored as a natural and sacred transition, rather than a medical failure to be hidden away. Inside, the atmosphere was one of profound peace. The rooms were filled with natural light and furnished simply, but beautifully, comfortable beds with soft linens, chairs positioned to catch the best views of the gardens, small altars where personal items and photographs created intimate spaces for memory and prayer. Brother Matthew introduced Sarah to Sister Catherine, a woman whose hair had gone completely white, but whose face radiated such warmth and vitality that age seemed irrelevant. She wore simple gray robes and moved with the kind of quiet efficiency that spoke of decades spent in service to others. Sister Catherine is our hospice director, Brother Matthew explained. She's been caring for the dying for 30 years, and she's learned more about healing in that time than any medical school could teach. Sister Catherine took Sarah's hands in her own, and immediately Sarah felt something she could only describe as peace flowing between them. The woman's touch was gentle, but sure, warm, but not overwhelming, carrying a quality of presence that made Sarah feel completely seen and accepted. Healing and curing are not the same thing, Sister Catherine said, her voice soft but clear. We cannot always cure disease or prevent death, but we can always heal. We can always bring comfort, dignity, love, and peace to whatever situation we encounter. This is what compassion practice teaches us. They walked together through the hospice, visiting with the residents who were able to receive visitors. Each room told a story of a life nearing its completion. But there was nothing morbid or depressing about the atmosphere. Instead, there was a quality of sacred attention, of precious time being honored and used well. In one room, they met Margaret, an elderly woman whose family visited daily. Surrounding her bed with photographs and flowers, music, and gentle conversation. Her breathing was labored, but her eyes were bright with awareness and gratitude. When Sister Catherine took her hand and asked how she was feeling, Margaret smiled with surprising radiance. "Blessed," she said in a voice barely above a whisper. "So blessed to be here, to be cared for with such love. I never knew dying could be so peaceful." Sarah felt tears spring to her eyes, not tears of sadness, but tears of recognition, of witnessing something profound and beautiful that she had never imagined possible. Here was death not as enemy or failure, but as natural completion, surrounded by love and accepted with grace. In another room, they visited with James, a middle-aged man whose illness had progressed quickly, leaving him weak but mentally alert. He was working on a letter to his teenage daughter, dictating to a volunteer who wrote down his words with careful attention to getting every nuance right. "I want her to know," James was saying, "that love doesn't end when life ends, that everything I feel for her, all the pride and joy and hope, that's eternal. That's the part of me that will always be with her." Sister Catherine sat with him for a few minutes, simply holding space for his words and emotions, offering the gift of complete presence without trying to fix or change anything. When they left his room, Sarah felt she had witnessed a master class in compassion, the art of being fully present to another person's experience without being overwhelmed by it. "How do you do it?" Sarah asked as they walked through gardens specifically designed for the hospice residents, raised beds that could be tended from wheelchairs, fragrant herbs planted close to pathways where residents could touch and smell them during walks. "How do you stay open to so much pain without being destroyed by it?" "Ah," Sister Catherine smiled, pausing beside a bed of roses whose fragrance filled the morning air. "That's the secret of compassion practice. We stay open not despite the pain, but because of it. Pain and joy, sorrow and love, they're not opposites but partners. When we close our hearts to pain, we also close them to joy. When we open to suffering with compassion, we discover that love is always present, even in the darkest moments." They spent the morning learning what Sister Catherine called the practices of loving presence. Simple techniques that anyone could use, how to listen without trying to fix, how to touch with healing intention, how to breathe with someone who is struggling, how to offer comfort without false optimism or premature reassurance. Presence is the most powerful medicine we have. Sister Catherine explained as they practiced together in a quiet room overlooking the water garden. When someone is suffering, whether from physical pain, emotional distress, or spiritual darkness, what they need most is to know they're not alone. Presence says, "I see you, I'm with you, your experience matters." Sarah learned to sit with discomfort without rushing to escape it, to breathe with another person's pain without taking it on as her own, to offer the gift of unconditional acceptance, even when she couldn't offer solutions or cures. It was more challenging than she had expected, but also more rewarding. There was something profoundly satisfying about learning to love without conditions, to serve without expecting return. During the midday break, when many of the hospice residents were resting, Sister Catherine led Sarah to a small meditation garden designed specifically for contemplating the practices of compassion. It was a circular space surrounded by hedges that provided privacy while still allowing glimpses of the larger landscape beyond. At the center was a simple fountain where water fell gently from a carved lotus flower into a pool below. "This is where we come to practice metta," Sister Catherine explained, settling onto one of the stone benches that ringed the fountain. Loving kindness meditation. It's the foundation of all compassion work. The practice was simple but profound, beginning with generating feelings of love and kindness toward herself. Sarah learned to gradually extend these feelings outward in ever-widening circles, to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, to all beings everywhere. "May I be happy," Sister Catherine guided softly. "May I be healthy. May I be at peace. May I live with ease." As Sarah repeated these phrases, she felt something beginning to open in her chest, a warmth that started small but gradually expanded, like a flower blooming in response to sunlight. The phrases weren't just words, but invitations to actually feel the love and goodwill they expressed. "Now extend those wishes to someone you love easily," Sister Catherine continued. "Picture them clearly and offer them the same blessing. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be at peace. May you live with ease." Sarah thought of her sister and immediately felt the warmth in her chest expanding. It was easy to wish happiness and peace for someone she loved, and she could feel the sincerity of her intentions as a physical sensation in her body. "Now someone neutral," Sister Catherine guided. "Perhaps someone you've seen but don't know personally. Offer them the same loving wishes." This was more challenging. Sarah thought of the postal worker who delivered mail to her apartment building. a young man she saw regularly, but had never really considered as a full human being with his own struggles and hopes. But as she focused on wishing him happiness and peace, she felt her heart expanding again, recognizing their shared humanity. "Now someone difficult," Sister Catherine said gently. "This is where the real practice begins." Sarah's mind immediately went to her former supervisor, a woman whose harsh criticism and impossible demands had contributed significantly to the stress that had driven her to seek refuge at the monastery. At first, the phrases felt forced, almost dishonest. How could she wish happiness for someone who had caused her so much pain? "Don't worry if it feels artificial at first," Sister Catherine advised, as if reading her thoughts. "Compassion is like a muscle. It needs to be exercised to grow stronger. Start small. Maybe just wish that this person be free from the suffering that causes them to create suffering for others." That reframing made it possible. Sarah could genuinely wish that her former supervisor be free from whatever inner pain or fear drove her to treat others harshly. Gradually, the phrases began to feel more sincere, and with that sincerity came a surprising sense of relief, as if she were setting down a burden she hadn't realized she was carrying. "Finally," Sister Catherine said, "extend loving kindness to all beings everywhere. Every human, every animal, every form of life. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all beings be at peace. May all beings live with ease." As Sarah expanded her circle of compassion to include all of existence, she felt something remarkable happening. The love that had started as a small warmth in her chest now seemed to encompass her entire being, radiating outward like light from a star. She felt connected to everything and everyone, part of a vast web of life where every strand was precious and deserving of care. When the meditation ended, Sarah sat in the garden's peaceful quiet, processing what she had experienced. The loving kindness practice had shown her something she had never fully understood. That compassion wasn't just a nice sentiment or moral obligation, but a powerful force that could actually transform both the giver and receiver. "How do you feel?" Sister Catherine asked gently. "Different," Sarah replied, searching for words to describe the shift that had occurred. "Lighter somehow, more connected, like something hard in me has softened." Sister Catherine nodded with obvious satisfaction. That's the work of loving kindness. It dissolves the barriers we build around our hearts, the walls that keep us separate and defended. When we practice compassion regularly, we discover that love is not a limited resource that gets depleted when we give it away. Instead, the more we offer, the more we have. They spent the afternoon putting this understanding into practice, visiting with hospice residents and learning to offer presence as a form of medicine. Sarah discovered that she had a natural gift for listening, for creating space where people felt safe to share their deepest fears and hopes. She sat with Robert, a man in his 80s who was struggling with regret about choices he had made decades earlier. Instead of trying to offer solutions or reassurance, Sarah simply listened, holding space for his pain while offering the compassionate presence she was learning to cultivate. "I've never told anyone about this," Robert confided, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. "I've carried this guilt for 40 years. You don't have to carry it alone anymore," Sarah found herself saying, the words arising spontaneously from the compassion practice she had been learning. "Whatever happened then, you're a different person now. Can you find forgiveness for that younger version of yourself?" They talked for over an hour, and by the end of their conversation, Robert's face had transformed. The lines of pain and self-recrimination had softened into something approaching peace. When Sarah finally left his room, he squeezed her hand with surprising strength. "Thank you," he said simply. "I feel like I can breathe again." As the day continued, Sarah discovered that compassion practice had unexpected effects on her own well-being. Far from being drained by exposure to suffering, she found herself energized by the opportunity to serve, to offer love without conditions, to participate in the ancient human tradition of caring for one another. Compassion is the most natural thing in the world, Sister Catherine observed as they shared tea in the hospice garden during the late afternoon. It's our default state when fear and judgment are removed. Children know this instinctively. They naturally want to help, to comfort, to share. Compassion practice simply helps us remember what we've always known. As evening approached, Sarah joined the hospice community for their daily ritual of gratitude. Staff, volunteers, and those residents who were able gathered in the hospice chapel, a small, intimate space where candles flickered, and the walls were lined with photographs of people who had completed their earthly journey in this place of love and care. One by one, people shared what they were grateful for from the day. The gratitudes were simple but profound. A peaceful moment shared with a resident, a phone call from a distant family member, the sight of hummingbirds visiting the feeder outside a window, the gift of being able to serve love in its purest form. When it was Sarah's turn, she felt words rising from some deep place in her heart. "I'm grateful for learning that love is stronger than fear," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion she felt, for discovering that compassion isn't something we have to earn or deserve. It's our birthright, our most essential nature. The ritual concluded with a period of silent meditation, during which the community sent loving kindness to all those who were suffering anywhere in the world. Sarah felt herself joining this river of compassion, adding her own heartfelt wishes for the well-being of all beings to the current of love that flowed out from this small chapel into the larger world. As they walked back through the monastery grounds in the gathering dusk, Sister Catherine shared more of the wisdom she had accumulated through decades of compassion practice. People think that working with the dying must be depressing, she said, as they paused beside the fountain in the main courtyard, where water continued its endless circulation, and fish moved lazily through the clear depths. But actually, it's the opposite. When you're present to someone's transition from life to death, you witness the indestructible nature of love itself. Bodies fail, but love endures. Personalities fade, but compassion remains. Sarah understood now why the monastery considered compassion the most powerful medicine. It wasn't just that loving kindness helped those who received it, though it certainly did. It was that the practice of compassion transformed the one who offered it, dissolving barriers, opening hearts, revealing the interconnected nature of all existence. As they reached the main chapel for evening prayer, Sarah carried with her a sense of profound expansion, as if her capacity for love had been stretched beyond what she had previously imagined possible. The day's practice had shown her that she was capable of far more compassion than she had ever dreamed, not just for others, but for herself as well. The evening service included prayers for all those who were suffering. And as the community's voices rose together in song, Sarah felt herself part of something much larger than individual practice. This was compassion as a collective force, a community committed to holding space for healing and love in a world that desperately needed both. When the service ended and she made her way back to her cell, Sarah found another gift waiting, a small card with a prayer printed in elegant script. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings find happiness. May all beings live in peace. Below the prayer was a note from Sister Catherine. For your continued practice, the world needs your compassion. As she prepared for sleep, Sarah reflected on the profound transformation that had occurred in just one day. She had arrived at the monastery carrying her own pain and seeking her own healing. But through the practice of compassion, she had discovered that healing happened not in isolation, but in connection, not through receiving, but through giving, not by closing the heart to protect it, but by opening it to serve something larger than personal need. She fell asleep with her heart still expanded from the day's practice, sending loving kindness to all beings everywhere. Chapter 6: The Rhythm of Sacred Work. Sarah woke to the pre-dawn darkness with a sense of anticipation she couldn't quite name. The monastery bells had not yet rung, but something had called her from sleep Perhaps the stirring of the community as it prepared for another day of sacred work. Or perhaps simply her own growing attunement to the rhythms of this place, where prayer and labor flowed together like streams converging into a single river. She dressed quietly and stepped outside into the cool mountain air. The sky was beginning to lighten in the east, painting the peaks in shades of rose and gold that spoke of the sun's imminent arrival. The gardens were still draped in shadow, but she could sense their presence, the patient herbs waiting for light, the fruit trees heavy with the night's accumulation of dew. The whole community of growing things resting in the fertile darkness that precedes all new beginnings. A figure was moving through the herb garden with purposeful grace, and Sarah recognized Brother Thomas by his distinctive gait and the careful way he moved among the plants. He was harvesting by lantern light, selecting herbs whose potency was strongest in the hours before dawn, when their essential oils were most concentrated and their healing properties most powerful. "Good morning, daughter," he called softly when he noticed her presence. "Perfect timing. Today we begin the great harvest, gathering the medicines that will carry us through winter, preserving the garden's gifts for the seasons when growth sleeps." The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying scents that spoke of late summer's abundance, the honey-sweet fragrance of herbs reaching their peak potency, the green promise of dew beginning to form, the faint smokiness that suggested fires would soon be needed for warmth. Sarah breathed deeply, feeling herself becoming part of the monastery's ancient rhythm of seasonal preparation. Brother Thomas handed her a woven basket and a small knife with a handle worn smooth by generations of use. "The art of harvest," he explained, his voice carrying the same gentle instruction she had come to associate with all the monastery's teachings, "is knowing exactly when each plant offers its greatest gift. Too early, and the medicine is weak. Too late, and the potency begins to fade. We must work in partnership with nature's timing." They moved through the garden together in the growing light, and Sarah learned to read the subtle signs that indicated optimal harvest time. The chamomile flowers whose white petals stood straight and proud, their golden centers fully developed, but not yet beginning to brown. The lavender spikes where the bottom flowers had opened, but the top buds remained tightly closed, creating the perfect balance of fragrance and color. The lemon balm whose leaves were fully mature, but still tender to the touch. "Each plant teaches us about timing," Brother Thomas said as they worked side by side, selecting only the most perfect specimens and handling them with extraordinary care. But the lessons go far beyond gardening. In life, as in harvest, there are seasons for planting, seasons for growth, seasons for gathering, and seasons for rest. Wisdom lies in recognizing which season we're in and working with its particular gifts. As the sun cleared the eastern peaks, other monks appeared throughout the gardens, each one carrying baskets and tools, each one moving with the same unhurried precision that characterized all the monastery's work. But there was something different about today's energy, a sense of purposeful celebration, of community coming together for one of the year's most important activities. Brother Francis emerged from the medicinal herb section, carrying a basket filled with echinacea flowers, their purple petals bright against the green of their stems. Brother Paul worked among the roots, carefully digging burdock and comfrey, plants whose healing lay hidden beneath the earth and required patient excavation to reveal their treasures. Harvest is never hurried here, Brother Thomas explained as they paused to watch Brother Michael work among the bee balm. His movements slow and deliberate as he selected only the most perfectly formed flower heads. We could complete this work in half the time if we rushed, but rushing would defeat the purpose. The plants respond to our energy, our intention. When we harvest with reverence and patience, we preserve not just the physical medicine, but the spiritual essence that makes true healing possible. Sarah found herself falling naturally into this contemplative rhythm. Each plant she approached seemed to communicate its readiness, or lack thereof. Through subtle signals, she was only beginning to learn to read. The sage that was perfect for cutting, its silver-green leaves at the peak of their aromatic intensity, the rosemary that needed another few days, its needles still too tender for optimal preservation. As the morning progressed, the harvest became a moving meditation. The repetitive actions of selecting, cutting, and gathering created a rhythm that quieted her mind and opened her heart to the simple pleasure of working with her hands, of participating in the ancient dance between human need and plant generosity. Brother Jerome appeared pushing a wooden cart, its wheels moving silently along the garden paths as he collected the morning's harvest from various workers. The cart was a work of art in itself, handcrafted from local wood, with joints so perfect they required no nails or screws, wheels that had been shaped and balanced to roll smoothly over any terrain. Everything here is made to last, Brother Thomas observed, noticing Sarah's admiration for the cart's craftsmanship. We build for generations, not just for convenience. This cart was made by Brother Augustine 30 years ago, and it will serve the monastery for generations to come. They loaded their baskets into the cart, arranging the herbs carefully to prevent bruising or crushing. Each variety was kept separate, labeled with tags written in the same careful script Sarah had seen throughout the monastery. Nothing was hurried. Nothing was casual. Every action was performed with the kind of attention usually reserved for sacred ritual. The cart's first stop was the drying barn, a structure built specifically for preserving herbs in optimal conditions. The building was oriented to catch the morning sun while staying cool during the afternoon heat, with carefully designed ventilation that allowed air to circulate without creating harmful drafts. Rafters stretched across the high ceiling, ready to support the bundles of herbs that would hang there like fragrant chandeliers. Inside, Brother Augustine was preparing the drying screens, wooden frames stretched with natural fiber mesh, each one labeled and ready to receive specific herbs. He was an elderly monk whose hands showed the calluses and stains of a lifetime spent working with plants, but whose movements remained sure and graceful despite his advanced age. 45 years I've been preparing these screens, he said with obvious satisfaction as he adjusted the tension on a frame designed for delicate flower petals. Each year, I learn something new about the art of preservation. The herbs teach patience. They cannot be rushed, cannot be forced. They dry in their own time, according to their own nature. Sarah learned to spread the morning's harvest on the appropriate screens, arranging each flower head and leaf to ensure optimal air circulation while preventing any part from touching its neighbors. The work required fine motor control and careful attention, but it was deeply satisfying, like creating art with the tools of medicine. The ancient healers understood something we're only beginning to rediscover, Brother Augustine explained as they worked together, arranging chamomile flowers in perfect patterns across the mesh screens, that the way medicine is prepared affects its healing power. Plants treated with reverence and patience retain their vital essence. Plants processed mechanically or hurriedly lose something essential, even if their chemical components remain unchanged. As the screens filled with the morning's harvest, the drying barn began to take on the character of a temple dedicated to the healing arts. The arranged herbs created mandalas of color and form, purple lavender spiraling outward from screen centers, golden chamomile flowers arranged in geometric patterns, green sage leaves laid out like prayer flags consecrating the space. The afternoon brought different work as the community turned its attention to processing herbs that had been drying for weeks. Sarah learned to bundle lavender into small sachets that would preserve its fragrance and calming properties through the winter months. The work was meditative and precise, each bundle tied with natural fiber cord and trimmed to identical length. Every sachet is a small prayer, Brother Francis explained as they worked side by side at long wooden tables worn smooth by decades of use. We tie them with intention, blessing them with wishes for peace and healing for whoever might eventually receive their medicine. The sachets would be used throughout the monastery for various purposes, placed in pillows to encourage restful sleep, hung in closets to deter insects while imparting gentle fragrance, dissolved in baths to soothe both body and spirit. But they would also be shared with visitors and sent to other monasteries, carrying the mountain's healing energy to communities throughout the region. As the afternoon progressed, Sarah was introduced to more sophisticated preservation techniques. Brother Benedict showed her how to prepare tinctures, extracting the healing essences of fresh herbs, using pure alcohol in ratios perfected over generations of practice. The process required precise measurement and timing, but it also demanded intuitive understanding of each plant's unique characteristics. Tinctures capture the plant's essence in concentrated form, he explained, as they carefully measured dried echinacea root into glass jars that would hold the mixture during its weeks-long extraction process. When prepared correctly, they retain the full spectrum of the plant's healing compounds while creating medicines that remain potent for years. The work required both scientific precision and artistic sensitivity. Each plant demanded its own extraction time, its own ratio of herb to alcohol, its own method of preparation. Some herbs released their medicine quickly. Others required weeks of patient steeping. Some needed to be chopped fine to increase surface area. Others were best left whole to prevent the loss of volatile compounds. This is why the work cannot be hurried, Brother Benedict said as they labeled jars with contents and preparation dates, creating a system that would track each tincture through its development process. True medicine develops over time, like friendship or wisdom. It cannot be manufactured or forced, only cultivated with patience and care. The evening brought the day's most contemplative work as the community gathered in the monastery's scriptorium to update the herbal records that documented generations of healing knowledge. Each harvest was carefully recorded: which plants were gathered, in what quantities, under what conditions of weather and moon phase. Brother Matthias, the monastery's librarian and record keeper, showed Sarah leather-bound journals that contained centuries of observations about plant medicine. The pages were filled with careful notations in multiple hands, chronicling the accumulated wisdom of generations of herbalists who had worked these same gardens and learned from these same teachers. Knowledge without practice is empty, Brother Matthias explained as he demonstrated the careful script used for all entries in the herbal records. But practice without reflection leads to repetition without understanding. These records ensure that each generation builds upon the discoveries of those who came before. Sarah learned to document her own observations from the day's work, which herbs seemed particularly potent this season, which preservation methods showed the most promise, which combinations of plants seemed to enhance each other's properties. The act of writing forced her to reflect more deeply on what she had experienced, transforming intuitive observations into conscious knowledge. Every practitioner contributes to our understanding, Brother Matthias said as they worked by lamplight in the scriptorium's peaceful atmosphere. Your fresh eyes see things we might miss. Notice patterns we've become too familiar to perceive. The herbs teach everyone differently. There is always more to learn. As the community prepared for evening prayer, Sarah reflected on the profound satisfaction she had found in the day's work. There had been no artificial deadlines, no pressure to maximize efficiency or minimize cost. Instead, there had been only the natural rhythm of seasonal preparation. Work aligned with the earth cycles and performed with reverence for the gifts being received. Sacred work, Brother Thomas had called it that morning, and now Sarah understood what he meant. When labor was performed with attention and gratitude, when it served the well-being of the community and honored the wisdom of the natural world, work itself became a form of prayer. The evening service included special prayers of thanksgiving for the harvest, recognition of the plants that had given their lives to serve healing, and blessings for the medicines that would carry the community through the darker months ahead. As the voices rose together in ancient chants of gratitude, Sarah felt herself part of a tradition that stretched back through centuries of monastics who had found the sacred in simple work done with love. When the service ended and the community dispersed into the gentle darkness, Sarah walked slowly back to her cell through gardens that seemed to glow with the satisfaction of work well done. Tomorrow would bring more harvest, more opportunities to participate in the endless cycle of receiving and giving that sustained all life. In her room, she found a small bundle wrapped in brown paper, a gift from the day's work. Inside was a lavender sachet, perfectly tied and fragrant with the essence of flowers she had helped harvest that very morning. A note from Brother Francis was included. For peaceful dreams and grateful rest, may you always remember that your hands can be instruments of healing. As she prepared for sleep, Sarah reflected on how completely her understanding of work had been transformed. In her previous life, labor had often felt like something to be endured, a necessary burden that kept her from what she really wanted to do. But here, she had discovered work as a form of worship, activity that connected her directly to the web of life and allowed her to contribute to something far greater than personal advancement. She fell asleep, holding the lavender sachet, breathing its gentle fragrance, and feeling profound gratitude for the plants that had offered their medicine. for the community that had shared their wisdom, and for the discovery that meaningful work was not just possible, but essential to a life well lived. Her dreams were filled with the rhythms of seasonal labor, the satisfaction of hands busy with sacred tasks, and the deep peace that comes from knowing one's place in the ancient dance between human need and natural abundance. Chapter 7: The Music of Silence. Sarah woke to a morning unlike any she had experienced at the monastery. The world outside her window was wrapped in deep fog, so thick and complete that she could barely see the pathway just beyond her door. The familiar landscape of gardens and courtyards had disappeared into a white silence that muffled every sound and created a sense of being suspended in some realm between earth and heaven. The fog was not cold or threatening, but rather like a soft blanket that had settled over the mountain during the night, creating perfect conditions for the deepest kind of inner listening. Even the monastery bells, when they finally rang for morning prayer, sounded different. Their bronze voices softened and made more mysterious by the thick air that surrounded them. Sarah dressed warmly and stepped outside into the transformed world. The fog was so dense that she could see only a few feet in any direction, turning the familiar monastery grounds into an otherworldly landscape where every step was an act of faith. The stone pathways disappeared into white mystery just beyond her reach, and the usually visible landmarks, the bell tower, the main chapel, the fountain in the central courtyard, had all vanished into the encompassing silence. Yet there was something profoundly peaceful about this disorientation. Without the usual visual references, Sarah found herself depending on other senses: the feel of smooth stones beneath her feet, the sound of water running in hidden channels, the familiar fragrances of herbs that remained constant, even when their sources were invisible. She made her way slowly toward the chapel, following pathways worn into her muscle memory over the past days, using sound and scent as navigation guides. Other figures moved through the fog like ghosts, brown-robed forms that appeared and disappeared in the white silence, all of them walking with the same careful attention to each step, each breath. The chapel, when she finally reached it, seemed to emerge from the fog like something from a vision. Its stone walls looked ancient and mysterious in the diffused light, and the interior glowed with the warm light of candles that seemed to push back the white darkness with their steady flames. Brother Simon was waiting inside, a monk she had not yet met, but whose presence immediately commanded attention. He was perhaps 50 years old, with dark hair gone gray at the temples, and eyes that seemed to hold depths of silence, even in conversation. When he smiled, it was with the kind of peace that comes comes from years of patient listening to what lies beneath the surface of ordinary experience. "Welcome to fog morning," he said softly, his voice carrying easily through the chapel's acoustics despite its gentleness. "Nature has given us a gift today, perfect conditions for practicing the deepest silence, the listening that goes beyond hearing to pure awareness itself." The morning service was unlike any Sarah had experienced. Instead of the usual chants and readings, the community gathered in complete silence, sitting in meditation while the fog wrapped the building in its white embrace. The silence was not empty, but full, charged with a quality of attention that seemed to make the very air vibrate with awareness. As they sat together in wordless communion, Sarah began to understand what Brother Simon meant about listening beyond hearing. With the visual world erased by fog and the usual sounds muffled to whispers, her awareness naturally turned inward, discovering levels of silence she had never known existed. First, there was the obvious silence, the absence of conversation, of traffic, of the mechanical sounds that usually formed the background of daily life. But beneath that was something deeper, the silence between thoughts, the space between heartbeats, the profound stillness that existed at the center of all movement. As the meditation deepened, Sarah became aware of what could only be described as the music of silence itself. Not silence as emptiness, but silence as fullness, a presence so complete and perfect that it contained all possible sounds while manifesting none of them. It was like discovering a symphony performed in frequencies beyond the range of hearing, music that could only be perceived by consciousness itself. When the silent service ended, Brother Simon invited those who wished to join him for what he called fog walking, a practice of moving meditation specifically designed for days when the world disappeared into white mystery. "Fog is one of our greatest teachers," he explained, as a small group gathered outside the chapel, preparing to venture into the transformed landscape. "It strips away the familiar, forces us to depend on inner navigation, creates perfect conditions for discovering the difference between seeing and perceiving." The group moved slowly through the monastery grounds, following Brother Simon's lead as he navigated pathways invisible to normal sight. But his navigation seemed to come from some inner compass, an ability to find direction, even when all external landmarks had vanished into the white silence. "In Zen tradition," Brother Simon said softly as they walked, his voice carrying just far enough to reach the group, but no farther, "they speak of don't know mind, the recognition that our ordinary ways of knowing are limited, that there are deeper forms of understanding available when we stop depending on familiar references." Sarah found the fog walking both challenging and liberating, without the ability to see where they were going. She had to trust completely in Brother Simon's guidance and in her own ability to navigate by feel and intuition. Each step became an act of faith, each breath an opportunity to practice being present without needing to control or understand her environment. As they walked, remarkable things began to happen. Without the distraction of visual input, Sarah's other senses became extraordinarily acute. She could hear the subtle differences in the sounds their footsteps made on different surfaces: stone, earth, gravel, wood. Using these auditory cues to navigate, she could smell with unprecedented clarity the various fragrances that marked different areas of the monastery. Lavender from the herb garden, incense from the chapel, the green scent of wet earth from the vegetable plots. But most remarkably, she began to develop what she could only call a sixth sense for direction and location. Even with her eyes effectively useless, she found herself knowing where she was in relationship to the monastery's layout, feeling the pull of familiar places through some form of awareness that had nothing to do with ordinary sight. "You're learning to navigate by heart," Brother Simon observed when she mentioned this phenomenon. The fog strips away the surface level of perception and forces us to discover the deeper forms of knowing that are always available, but usually overshadowed by visual dominance. They paused in what Sarah recognized as the central courtyard, though the fountain was invisible and the surrounding buildings had vanished into white mystery. Only the sound of falling water confirmed their location, the familiar music of the fountain continuing its endless circulation, even in this transformed world. "Sit with me," Brother Simon suggested, indicating stone benches that materialized from the fog as they approached. "Let's practice the deepest fog meditation, the listening that goes beyond all forms of sensory input to pure awareness itself." As they settled into silence, Sarah felt herself entering a state of consciousness unlike anything she had previously experienced, with the world effectively erased by fog. Her awareness naturally turned inward, discovering levels of being that were usually obscured by the constant input of ordinary perception. She became aware of her breathing not just as a physical process, but as a rhythm that connected her to something vast and universal. Each inhale seemed to draw in not just oxygen, but pure awareness itself. Each exhale releasing not just carbon dioxide, but all the accumulated tensions and resistances that kept her separate from the unified field of being. The fog seemed to amplify this sense of dissolution, as if the white silence that surrounded them was inviting her to let go of the boundaries that normally defined her sense of self. She felt herself expanding beyond the usual limits of personal identity, becoming part of the fog itself, part of the silence that held and sustained all manifest existence. This is what the mystics call the cloud of unknowing. Brother Simon's voice came from somewhere in the white silence, though he seemed to be speaking from inside her own awareness, rather than from any external location. The recognition that ultimate reality is beyond all concepts, all images, all ordinary forms of knowing. In the fog, we practice dying to what we think we know and being born into what we actually are. Time became irrelevant in this state of expanded awareness. Sarah might have been sitting for minutes or hours. There was no way to tell, and it didn't matter. There was only the eternal present, the endless now that contained all time while transcending temporal measurement. Gradually, as the morning progressed, the fog began to thin. At first, the change was barely perceptible, just a slight lightening of the white silence. A subtle increase in the distance she could see, but slowly, imperceptibly, the familiar world began to reassemble itself around them. The fountain materialized first as a shadow in the mist, then with increasing clarity, until its carved lotus form stood fully revealed. The surrounding buildings emerged piece by piece, like a photograph developing in slow motion. Gardens appeared as impressionistic smudges of color that gradually resolved into the familiar landscape of herbs and flowers. "The return," Brother Simon said softly, as the monastery grounds slowly returned to normal visibility. Always the most challenging part of deep practice, coming back to ordinary reality without losing what we've discovered in the depths. As the fog lifted completely and the sun broke through to reveal the normal world in brilliant clarity, Sarah felt like someone returning from a journey to another realm. Everything looked the same, yet somehow different, as if she were seeing the familiar landscape through new eyes, eyes that had been cleansed by the white silence and trained to perceive the extraordinary within the ordinary. The morning's experience had shown her something profound about the nature of perception and reality. The monastery was the same whether visible or hidden by fog, but her relationship to it could be completely transformed by circumstances that changed not the place itself, but her way of engaging with it. This is why we welcome fog days, Brother Simon explained as they walked back through the now visible gardens, everything sparkling with droplets that caught the morning light like scattered diamonds. They remind us that our ordinary way of seeing is just one possibility among many, that there are forms of knowing available to us that don't depend on external conditions. The rest of the morning was spent in the monastery's music room, a space Sarah had not yet explored, but which proved to be another sanctuary for the deepest forms of listening and awareness. The room was acoustically perfect, with proportions calculated to enhance the natural resonance of both voice and instruments, creating an environment where even the softest sound took on extraordinary clarity and presence. Brother Simon introduced her to the monastery's collection of singing bowls, bronze vessels of various sizes that produced pure, sustained tones when struck or rubbed with wooden mallets. Each bowl had its own unique voice, its own harmonic signature that seemed to speak directly to different centers of awareness in the body. Sound is vibration, Brother Simon explained as he demonstrated the technique for creating sustained tones with the bowls. And vibration is the fundamental basis of all existence. When we learn to listen deeply to pure sound, we tune ourselves to the frequency of creation itself. Sarah learned to work with the bowls, discovering that creating sustained tones required the same quality of attention she had cultivated in meditation. Too much force, and the sound became harsh and muddy. Too little pressure, and the bowl remained silent. The technique required finding the perfect balance between effort and effortlessness, between intention and surrender. As she worked with different bowls, Sarah began to understand what Brother Simon meant about tuning to creation's frequency. Each pure tone seemed to resonate not just in her ears, but throughout her entire being, creating sympathetic vibrations in her chest, her belly, her bones. The sound was not just heard, but felt, experienced as a physical phenomenon that had immediate effects on her state of consciousness. In Tibet, Brother Simon said, as they created harmonies with multiple bowls, their voices blending in combinations that seemed to open portals to transcendent states. They understand that certain sounds can literally alter consciousness, that the right frequencies can induce states of profound peace and clarity. We're not just making music, we're using sound as medicine. The afternoon brought another form of sound practice, as Brother Simon taught her the art of contemplative listening, sitting in complete stillness while paying attention to the natural soundscape that surrounded them at every moment. In the music room's perfect acoustics, sounds that were usually masked by visual distraction became clearly audible. She could hear the fountain in the courtyard, its water music providing a constant bass note beneath all other sounds. The bells in the tower created periodic punctuation, marking the hours with bronze voices that seemed to sanctify time itself. Birds moved through the trees outside, their songs weaving melodies that changed with the light and weather. But most remarkably, she began to hear sounds she had never noticed before. The whisper of air moving through the building's ventilation, the subtle creaking of timber as it expanded and contracted with temperature changes, the distant murmur of monks going about their daily work. The world, she realized, was constantly singing a symphony of extraordinary complexity and beauty that was available to anyone who learned to listen with complete attention. This is the music of existence itself, Brother Simon said as they sat in contemplative listening, their awareness open to receive whatever sounds arose in each moment. Every place, every moment has its own unique acoustic signature. When we learn to listen deeply, we discover that we're always surrounded by music, the earth's own composition that never stops playing. As evening approached, the community gathered for a special service that Brother Simon called the Liturgy of Silence, a form of worship that used periods of complete quiet as the primary form of prayer. The service alternated between spoken prayers and extended silences, creating a rhythm that allowed both sound and quiet to reveal their deepest meaning. During the silent periods, Sarah found herself applying everything she had learned during the fog morning and the afternoon's sound practice. She listened not just to the absence of noise, but to the presence of silence itself, the pregnant quiet that contained all possibilities, the stillness that was not empty, but infinitely full. Silence is not the opposite of sound, Brother Simon had explained earlier. Silence is the background against which all sound becomes possible, the canvas on which the music of existence is painted. When we learn to rest in silence, we discover the source from which all sound emerges and to which it returns. The service concluded with the community sitting together in complete silence for nearly an hour, their collective attention creating a field of awareness so deep and stable that Sarah felt held by something far greater than individual consciousness. It was as if their combined practice had opened a doorway to dimensions of peace and presence that could only be accessed through shared silence. When the service ended and she walked back to her cell through the clear evening air, Sarah carried with her a profound understanding of the relationship between sound and silence, hearing and listening, perception and awareness. The fog morning had shown her forms of knowing that transcended ordinary sight, and the day's sound practices had revealed dimensions of reality accessible only to refined listening. In her room, she found a small gift, a miniature singing bowl with a wooden striker, along with a note from Brother Simon. For daily practice, may you always remember that the deepest music is found in silence, and the purest silence is discovered through sound. As she prepared for sleep, Sarah experimented with the bowl, creating soft tones that filled her small room with harmonics that seemed to settle into her bones and nervous system. The sound was both relaxing and energizing, both grounding and uplifting, a perfect sonic preparation for the restorative sleep that was becoming such a natural part of her monastery experience. she fell asleep to the memory of the day's profound silences and the echo of the singing bowl's pure tone, feeling that she had discovered new capacities for listening and awareness that would continue to deepen long after she left this sanctuary. Her dreams were filled with the music of fog and silence, with sounds that existed beyond the range of ordinary hearing, and with the deep peace that comes from learning to rest in the space between all sounds, the eternal silence from which all music emerges and to which it ultimately returns. Chapter 8: The Garden of Memory. Sarah woke to golden light streaming through her window and the sound of wind moving through the trees with a different voice than she had heard before. The air carried new scents, wood smoke from distant fireplaces, the spicy fragrance of leaves beginning their autumn transformation, and something else, something that spoke of time's passage and the earth's preparation for its season of rest. She had been at the monastery for over a week now, and as she rose and moved to the window, she realized that something fundamental had shifted in her relationship to this place. What had begun as refuge from the chaos of her former life had become something deeper, a homecoming to a way of being she had never known was possible, but which felt completely natural and right. The view from her window had changed since her arrival. The garden herbs showed the subtle signs of late summer's transition toward autumn, some plants beginning to set seed, others preparing for dormancy, all of them following the ancient rhythms that had governed their cycles for millennia. But there was no sense of ending in this transition, only transformation, the eternal dance of death and renewal that sustained all life. Brother Augustine was working in the memorial garden, a section of the grounds Sarah had glimpsed but not yet explored. It was separated from the main herb beds by a low stone wall and seemed to have a different energy, more contemplative, more sacred, designed for reflection rather than practical harvest. When she joined him there after morning prayer, Sarah discovered a space unlike any garden she had ever seen. Plants were arranged not for maximum yield or visual impact, but according to some deeper organizing principle that became clear only as Brother Augustine explained the garden's purpose. "Every plant here holds memory," he said, gesturing toward beds where familiar herbs grew alongside species Sarah had not encountered before. Memory of people who have lived and died in this place. Memory of teachings passed down through generations. Memory of moments of grace that transformed individual lives and enriched our community. Each section of the garden was dedicated to a different aspect of the monastery's history. Near the entrance grew herbs that had been planted by the community's founders 3 centuries earlier, varieties that had been carefully maintained and propagated through countless generations. Living links to the vision that had created this sanctuary. This lavender, Brother Augustine said, kneeling beside a magnificent plant whose purple spikes were just beginning to fade, was grown from seeds brought here by Brother Francis Xavier in 1687. Every lavender plant in our gardens traces its lineage back to this original mother plant. When we harvest her flowers, we participate in an unbroken chain of care that spans 300 years. Deeper in the garden grew plants associated with individual monks who had made particular contributions to the community's life and wisdom. A bed of sage commemorated Brother Anselm, who had designed the Chapel of Silence. Rosemary marked the place where Brother Benedict had knelt in prayer each morning for 40 years, until the herbs had absorbed something of his devotion, and now carried it forward for future generations to encounter. Plants remember, Brother Augustine explained as they moved among the memorial beds, each one telling its story through the choice and arrangement of healing herbs. Not in the way humans remember, with thoughts and images, but in their cellular structure, their genetic patterns, their essential nature. A plant that has been tended with love carries that love forward in its very being. Sarah found this concept both beautiful and mysterious. Could intention really be transmitted through plant material? Could the prayers and devotions of previous generations actually influence the nature of herbs that grew from their seeds and cuttings? As if reading her thoughts, Brother Augustine smiled and led her to a particularly lush section of the garden where chamomile grew in extraordinary abundance. The plants were larger and more vigorous than others she had seen, their flowers more perfectly formed, their fragrance more pronounced. This chamomile was started from seeds blessed by Brother Thomas, not our current Brother Thomas, but his predecessor, who tended these gardens for 60 years before his death in 1952. Every year, we save seeds from these plants and use them to start new beds throughout our gardens. Every year, they seem to become more potent, more healing, as if the accumulated blessings continue to influence their development. They spent the morning working together in the memorial garden, tending plants that carried forward the essence of lives dedicated to healing and service. As they worked, Brother Augustine shared stories of the community's history, not dates and facts, but living memories of individuals whose devotion had shaped the monastery's character, and whose influence continued through the herbs they had planted and blessed. There was Brother Joachim, who had developed the monastery's first systematic approach to companion planting, discovering plant combinations that enhanced both growth and healing properties. His innovations were preserved not just in written records, but in the continued arrangement of the gardens themselves, living experiments that had been refined through generations of careful observation. There was Sister Mary Catherine, who had joined the community as a young widow in 1823 and had spent 50 years developing the monastery's knowledge of women's herbal medicine. Her legacy lived on in a special section of the garden where plants for supporting women's health grew in combinations she had perfected through decades of practice. Memory is not just about the past, Brother Augustine said as they paused for mid-morning. Rest in the shade of an ancient oak tree whose trunk was scarred with initials carved by generations of monks. True memory is alive, dynamic, continuing to influence the present and shape the future. These plants don't just remind us of those who came before. They carry forward their wisdom, their intentions, their love. As the afternoon approached, Brother Augustine led Sarah to the garden's most sacred section, a grove of trees planted to commemorate monks and visitors who had died at the monastery. Each tree was chosen to reflect something of the individual it honored. And over the decades, the grove had become a living sanctuary where the presence of the departed seemed almost tangible. A massive oak marked the spot where the monastery's founder had been buried. Its branches now home to countless birds whose songs provided constant music for the sacred grove. Fruit trees honored those who had worked in the orchards, their annual harvest a continuing gift from lives dedicated to nurture and care. Most moving was a grove of young trees, planted to commemorate children who had died at the monastery hospital, a reminder that the community's healing mission sometimes meant simply providing comfort and dignity in the face of mortality that could not be prevented. We plant trees for the long view, Brother Augustine explained as they sat in contemplative silence among the memorial groves. Herbs live for seasons, but trees live for centuries. They're our way of saying that the love we share here is meant to endure, to continue blessing this place long after we've joined those we hash the bells of sacred rest. A mountain monastery sleep story. Chapter 9, The Alchemy of Transformation. Sarah woke to find the world transformed yet again, this time by the unmistakable signs of autumn's arrival. During the night, the first frost had touched the monastery gardens, painting the herbs with silver and marking the transition from summer's abundance to autumn's deeper wisdom. Through her window, she could see the gardens wearing their new beauty, plants outlined in crystalline white, spider webs made visible by their coating of frozen dew. The whole landscape looking as if it had been touched by some gentle magic. The air was crisp and clean, carrying scents that spoke of transformation. The spicy fragrance of leaves beginning to release their summer moisture. The wood smoke from the monastery's first fires of the season. And something else, something that seemed to speak directly to her soul about the beauty and necessity of letting go. She had been at the monastery for 10 days now, and as she dressed in the warmer clothes that the season demanded, Sarah realized that she too was undergoing a transformation as profound as any in the natural world around her. The woman who had arrived here, exhausted and seeking refuge from a life that had become unsustainable, was becoming someone new, not through effort or force, but through the same organic process that was turning the garden herbs from green abundance to golden wisdom. Brother David was waiting for her in the monastery's laboratory, a space she had glimpsed but not yet explored. It was housed in one of the oldest buildings, with thick stone walls and arched windows that looked out onto the herb gardens. But unlike the simple, rustic spaces she had become accustomed to, the laboratory was filled with gleaming equipment, distillation apparatus, precise scales, glass vessels of every size and shape, and shelves lined with bottles containing essences and extracts of extraordinary beauty and potency. Brother David himself was perhaps 60 years old, with silver hair and hands that showed the telltale stains of someone who had spent decades working with plant materials. His eyes held the particular intensity of a researcher, combined with the gentle compassion she had come to associate with all the monastery's healers. "Welcome to the heart of our alchemical practice," he said, gesturing toward the equipment that filled the laboratory with purposeful complexity. "Here we learn the deepest secrets of transformation, how to extract the hidden essences from plant material, how to concentrate healing power into forms that remain potent for years, how to participate in the ancient art of turning base matter into spiritual gold." The word alchemy made Sarah think of medieval superstitions and impossible dreams of turning lead into gold. But as Brother David began to explain the monastery's approach to this ancient art, she realized that true alchemy was something far more sophisticated and practical than she had imagined. "Alchemy is the science of transformation," he explained as he showed her equipment that looked like something from a fairy tale. Gleaming copper vessels connected by glass tubes, apparatus that seemed designed to capture and concentrate the very essence of life itself. But it's not just about transforming plant materials into medicines. It's about transforming ourselves in the process, learning to work with the fundamental forces of creation to serve healing and consciousness. The morning's work began with the simplest and most profound of alchemical practices, distillation. Brother David showed Sarah how to prepare fresh lavender for the process, selecting only the most perfect flower spikes and handling them with the same reverence she had learned to bring to all the monastery's healing work. Distillation separates the essential from the non-essential, he explained, as they loaded the plant material into a large glass vessel that would serve as the starting point for the process. Through the application of fire and water, we extract the concentrated essence of the plant, its soul, you might say, while leaving behind the gross material that can no longer serve the purpose of healing. The distillation apparatus was a marvel of elegant engineering. Steam generated in a base vessel rose through the plant material, carrying with it the volatile oils that contained the lavender's healing essence. The steam then traveled through cooling tubes where it condensed back into liquid. But this liquid was no longer simple water. It was hydrosol, water that had been transformed through its journey with the plant's essence. As the process began and steam started to rise through the apparatus, Brother David explained the deeper meanings embedded in this ancient practice. Fire represents the will, the divine spark that initiates all transformation, he said, adjusting the flame beneath the base vessel with precise attention. Water represents the receptive principle, the matrix in which transformation can occur. Air, the steam, represents the mediating principle that carries the essence from one state to another, and earth is represented by the plant material itself, the physical foundation from which all essence emerges. Sarah found herself mesmerized by the process unfolding before her. There was something profoundly moving about watching the invisible essence of the lavender become visible as it condensed in the cooling tubes, drop by precious drop. Each drop seemed to contain not just the fragrance of the flowers, but their healing properties, their beauty, their very soul concentrated into liquid form. This is what we mean by spiritual alchemy, Brother David continued, as the first drops of lavender hydrosol began to appear. We learned to apply the same principles to our own transformation, using the fire of spiritual aspiration, the water of surrender and receptivity, the air of conscious breathing, and the earth of patient practice to distill our own essential nature from the gross materials of ego and conditioning. As the morning progressed, they moved from distillation to other alchemical processes. Brother David showed Sarah how to prepare spagyric tinctures, extracts that followed ancient alchemical principles of separation, purification, and reunification, to create medicines of extraordinary potency and balance. The process was complex and precise, requiring careful attention to timing, temperature, and the subtle signs that indicated each stage of completion. Plant materials were separated into their component parts, volatile essences, water-soluble compounds, and mineral salts. Then each component was purified individually before being reunited in precise proportions. The plant teaches us about integration, Brother David explained, as they worked with chamomile, carefully monitoring temperatures and pH levels to ensure optimal extraction. In nature, all the healing compounds work together synergistically. Our job is not to isolate individual chemicals, but to preserve and concentrate the plant's natural intelligence while making it more bioavailable and potent. But the most profound aspect of the morning's work was not the technical processes, but the state of consciousness that Brother David brought to every aspect of the practice. Each adjustment of temperature, each measurement of materials, each moment of waiting for processes to complete was performed with the same reverent attention that she had learned to associate with meditation and prayer. Alchemy requires presence, he explained as they waited for a tincture to reach the proper concentration, watching for subtle changes in color and clarity that would indicate completion. The alchemist must be fully present to every aspect of the process, because the quality of attention we bring to the work directly affects the quality of the final product. As the afternoon approached, Brother David introduced Sarah to the monastery's collection of completed alchemical preparations, medicines that represented the culmination of months or even years of patient work. The bottles lined the laboratory's shelves like jewels, their contents ranging from crystal clear hydrosols to deep golden tinctures to mysterious essences that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Each preparation was labeled not just with its ingredients and preparation date, but with the astrological conditions under which it had been made. The moon phase during key processing steps, and the specific intentions that had guided its creation. Sarah realized that the monastery's approach to plant medicine was far more sophisticated than she had imagined, incorporating variables that modern science was only beginning to understand. Everything is connected, Brother David explained as he showed her a particularly beautiful tincture made from roses gathered at dawn during the summer solstice. The position of the planets, the phase of the moon, the time of day, the season of harvest, all of these influence the energetic qualities of the plant material and the medicines we create from it. He demonstrated this principle by having Sarah taste 2 different preparations of the same herb, one made during the waxing moon, the other during the waning moon. Though chemically identical, the energetic qualities were distinctly different. The waxing moon preparation felt more building, more tonifying, while the waning moon version felt more releasing, more cleansing. This is why we keep such detailed records, Brother David said, showing Sarah journals that tracked every variable of the alchemical process. Over the years, we've learned to match the energetic qualities of our preparations to the specific needs of each person we serve. The same herb can be medicine or neutral, depending on how and when it's prepared. As the afternoon progressed, Sarah found herself being initiated into mysteries that seemed to bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and cutting-edge science. The monastery's alchemical practices incorporated insights from quantum physics about the observer effect, the recognition that consciousness itself influences the outcome of experiments. Their medicines were prepared not just with technical skill, but with specific intentions, prayers, and meditations that were understood to influence the energetic qualities of the final products. Modern science is rediscovering what alchemists have always known. Brother David explained as they prepared a new batch of plant material for processing that consciousness and matter are not separate, that the quality of attention we bring to any process influences its outcome at the most fundamental level. The most moving aspect of the afternoon was learning about the monastery's practice of creating transition medicines, alchemical preparations specifically designed to support people through major life changes. These were not made from single herbs, but from complex combinations of plants, minerals, and essences that had been developed over generations to address the energetic disruptions that accompany all significant transformation. Change is the only constant, Brother David said, as he showed Sarah formulations designed to support everything from grief and loss to career transitions to spiritual awakening. But most people resist change because they don't understand that transformation, like alchemical distillation, is a natural process that can be supported and guided rather than feared. As evening approached, Brother David invited Sarah to participate in the laboratory's daily ritual of gratitude, a ceremony that honored all the beings and forces that made their alchemical work possible. They stood together before a simple altar that held samples of their finest preparations, offering thanks to the plants that had given their essences, to the elements that made transformation possible, and to the long lineage of alchemists who had preserved and transmitted this sacred knowledge. Alchemy is ultimately about service, Brother David said as they concluded the ceremony. We extract and concentrate the healing essences not for personal gain, but to serve the well-being of all life. Every preparation we create is a form of prayer made manifest, a tangible expression of our commitment to healing and transformation. When the day's work was complete and they had cleaned and organized the laboratory for the next day's practice, Brother David walked with Sarah through the monastery gardens. The frost had melted during the day, but the plants still showed the effects of their first encounter with winter's approach. Some herbs were beginning to die back, their life force retreating into roots and seeds. Others seemed invigorated by the cold, their colors becoming more intense and their fragrances more concentrated. This is what we mean by dying to be reborn, Brother David observed as they paused beside plants that were entering their dormant phase. The frost doesn't destroy the plants. It signals them to begin the process of concentration and preparation that will allow them to emerge renewed in the spring. Sarah understood now that her own time at the monastery was following the same pattern. The stress and exhaustion that had driven her to seek refuge here were like the first frost, not destroyers, but signals that it was time for the old ways of living to die back, so that something new and more sustainable could emerge. As they walked, Brother David shared more of his understanding about the relationship between outer alchemy and inner transformation. The laboratory is just a mirror, he explained as they paused beside the fountain where water continued its endless circulation, even as temperatures dropped toward freezing. Every process we perform with plant materials is also happening within our own consciousness. Distillation, purification, concentration, integration. These are the stages every soul must pass through on the journey toward wholeness. The evening service that night included special prayers for transformation and renewal. And as the community gathered in the main chapel, Sarah felt herself held by the same alchemical forces she had been learning to work within the laboratory. The monastery itself was like a great alchemical vessel, providing the perfect conditions for the slow transformation of souls seeking healing and wisdom. In her cell that night, Sarah found a small vial of lavender essential oil, a drop of the morning's distillation work, along with a note from Brother David for anointing and remembrance. May you always remember that you are both the alchemist and the material being transformed. As she prepared for sleep, Sarah placed a single drop of the essential oil on her temples and felt its essence penetrate her nervous system with immediate effect. The fragrance was not just pleasant, but healing, carrying with it the concentrated intention and skill that had guided its creation. The accumulated wisdom of generations of alchemists, and the patient love of the plant that had given its essence to serve healing. She fell asleep, understanding that transformation was not something that happened to her, but something she participated in consciously. A sacred collaboration between her own intention and the natural forces that governed all change and growth. Her dreams were filled with images of distillation and purification, of essences being concentrated and refined, and of her own soul undergoing the same alchemical processes that transformed simple plant materials into medicines of extraordinary power and beauty. Chapter 10: The Dance of Integration. Sarah woke on her final morning at the monastery to a world suspended between seasons. touched by both the lingering warmth of late summer and the crisp promise of approaching autumn. The light streaming through her window was different now, clearer, more golden, carrying in its quality the kind of luminosity that photographers and mystics both recognize as a gift from the changing seasons. She lay in her narrow bed for a long moment, aware that this was the end of something extraordinary and the beginning of something unknown. In 11 days, this place had transformed her more completely than years of previous seeking and striving, not through dramatic revelations or forceful intervention, but through the accumulated effect of countless small moments of peace, presence, and patient learning. The monastery bells began to ring, their bronze voices calling the community to what would be her final morning prayer. But the sound carried no urgency or demand, only the same gentle invitation to communion that had marked each day of her stay. As she rose and dressed, Sarah realized that this quality of unhurried presence had become part of her own being, a gift she would carry forward wherever her path might lead. Brother Thomas was waiting for her in the central courtyard, his face bright with the particular joy she had come to associate with all the monastery's residents. Beside him stood other members of the community she had worked with over the past days. Brother Augustine from the memorial garden, Brother David from the laboratory, Sister Catherine from the hospice, Brother Simon from the music room. Each one carried something that spoke of their shared ministry. A basket of herbs, a bottle of alchemical preparation, a small instrument for sound healing. Integration morning, Brother Thomas announced with a smile that seemed to embrace both celebration and gentle sadness. Today, we help you weave together all the teachings you've received, creating a practice that will serve you wherever life takes you next. The morning was designed as a pilgrimage through all the spaces where Sarah had learned and grown, revisiting each one not as a student, but as someone who had internalized the teachings and was now ready to carry them forward. But this was not mere repetition. Each stop on the journey offered new insights, deeper understanding of how the various practices complemented and supported each other. They began in the chapel of silence, where Brother Jerome waited with the same profound stillness that had first introduced Sarah to the deepest forms of contemplation. But now, sitting in the familiar circular space, she experienced the silence not as something external to be received, but as something she carried within herself, a center of peace that remained constant regardless of external circumstances. True silence, Brother Jerome said softly as they concluded their sitting, is portable. Once you've discovered the stillness that lives at your core, you can access it anywhere in busy cities, crowded rooms, moments of crisis or celebration. The outer silence we practice here simply helps us remember what we always carry within. From the chapel, they moved to the herb gardens, where Brother Thomas invited Sarah to harvest one final selection of medicines, not for the monastery's use, but as her own healing kit to carry into whatever challenges and opportunities awaited her. As she moved among the familiar plants, selecting chamomile for peace, lavender for balance, rosemary for remembrance, she felt like she was packing not just herbs, but pieces of her own transformation. Every plant here will continue to grow and offer its medicine, Brother Thomas said as they worked together, filling a specially woven basket with herbs that had become her teachers and allies. And every time you use these medicines, you'll remember not just their healing properties, but the presence and patience you learned to cultivate while gathering them. The water garden was their next destination, where Brother Benedict waited beside the pools that had taught Sarah about flow and adaptation. The fountains continued their eternal circulation. But now, she heard in their music not just pleasant sound, but a reminder of the natural principles that governed all healthy change: persistence without force, movement around obstacles rather than through them, the patient confidence that water always finds its way to where it needs to go. You've learned to think like water, Brother Benedict observed as they stood together, watching the streams flow through their carefully designed channels. This will serve you well in the world beyond these mountains when you encounter obstacles, and you will remember the water's way. Find the natural path, persist gently, trust in the process of flow. At the hospice, Sister Catherine was waiting with a group of residents who had become friends during Sarah's brief but meaningful time among them. Margaret, whose peaceful acceptance of approaching death had taught Sarah about the difference between curing and healing. Robert, whose release of long-carried guilt had shown her the transformative power of forgiveness. James, whose letters to his daughter had demonstrated love's capacity to transcend physical limitations. You carry forward our stories now, Sister Catherine said, as the group shared a final circle of gratitude and blessing, not as burdens, but as medicine, reminders that every person you encounter is struggling with something, and that presence itself is often the most powerful healing you can offer. The morning's pilgrimage continued to the memorial garden, where Brother Augustine waited among the plants that carried forward the essence of generations of seekers and healers. But now Sarah understood that she too was part of this living memorial, that the peace she had found here and the wisdom she had received were meant to be shared, to become part of the ongoing transmission of healing knowledge that flowed through time like a river of grace. You are a bridge now, Brother Augustine said, as they stood together among the herbs that held so much history and intention. Between the wisdom of this place and the world that needs healing, between ancient practices and contemporary challenges, between the peace you've found and the people who are still seeking it. In the laboratory, Brother David had prepared a special gift, a small kit of alchemical preparations created specifically for Sarah's journey forward. Each bottle was labeled not just with its contents, but with the specific intentions and blessings that had guided its creation. Essences for clarity during times of confusion, tinctures for courage during periods of challenge, hydrosols for maintaining the quality of presence she had cultivated during her stay. Alchemy continues, Brother David said as he presented the kit with obvious affection. Every moment offers opportunities for transformation. Every challenge is raw material for the refinement of consciousness. These preparations will support your practice. But the real alchemy happens through your continued commitment to presence and growth. The final stop on the morning's pilgrimage was the music room, where Brother Simon waited with the singing bowls that had taught Sarah about the healing power of pure sound. But now, instead of learning technique, she was invited to create her own composition, a sonic expression of gratitude for all she had received and intention for all she hoped to share. As the clear tones filled the room and created harmonics that seemed to bridge earth and heaven, Sarah felt something completing itself within her. The fragments of learning and experience from the past 11 days were weaving themselves into a unified whole, a coherent understanding of what it meant to live with presence, compassion, and devotion to healing. Music continues as well, Brother Simon said, as the last vibrations faded into silence. Every word you speak, every action you take, every relationship you nurture becomes part of the great symphony of existence. Make your life a song worthy of the teachings you've received. The integration pilgrimage concluded in the central courtyard, where the entire community had gathered for a ceremony of blessing and sending forth. The fountain continued its eternal circulation at the center of the space, and around it, the monks and sisters stood in a circle that seemed to embrace not just Sarah, but all those who had found healing in this place, and all those who would come seeking it in the future. Brother Thomas stepped forward carrying a leather portfolio, handmade, beautiful, designed to hold the various gifts and teachings Sarah would carry with her. One by one, the community members placed their offerings inside, detailed instructions for maintaining the practices she had learned, seeds from the memorial garden to plant wherever she made her next home, small bottles of blessed water from the mountain spring, copies of prayers and meditations that had guided the community's spiritual life for generations. This is not farewell, Brother Thomas said as the ceremony neared its conclusion. No one ever really leaves this place. The peace you found here, the wisdom you've received, the love you've both given and received, these become permanent parts of who you are. Wherever you go, you carry the monastery with you. The final blessing was offered in silence, the entire community standing together in wordless communion, while the mountain wind moved through the trees, and the fountain sang its eternal song of circulation and renewal. In that silence, Sarah felt herself held one last time by the collective intention and practice of this remarkable community, blessed and prepared for whatever journey lay ahead. As the ceremony concluded and the community began to disperse into the day's activities, Sarah made her way slowly back to her cell to gather her few possessions. The simple room looked exactly as it had when she first arrived, but she was profoundly different, not just rested and restored, but fundamentally transformed in her understanding of what it meant to be human, to be present, to be of service to something larger than personal concerns. Brother Thomas met her at the monastery's entrance, where a simple cart waited to carry her back down the mountain path to the valley below. Her descent would be very different from her arrival, not flight from something unsustainable, but purposeful movement toward opportunities to share what she had received. Remember, Brother Thomas said as they embraced in farewell, you are not leaving the monastery behind. You are carrying it forward, planting seeds of this peace wherever you go, becoming a monastery yourself, a place where others can find the healing and wisdom they seek. The path down the mountain was the same one she had climbed 11 days earlier, but everything about the journey was different. Her step was sure and unhurried, her breathing deep and natural, her awareness open to receive the beauty and teaching that surrounded her at every moment. The plants along the path seemed like old friends now, their fragrances and forms familiar and beloved. As she descended through the different elevations and ecosystems, Sarah began to understand that the real integration was happening now. In this transition between the monastery's protected environment and the world of ordinary challenges and opportunities, every step was practice in maintaining the peace she had found regardless of external circumstances. Halfway down the mountain, she paused beside the same boulder where she had first encountered the butterfly on her journey up. As if summoned by memory, another butterfly appeared, this one with wings of gold and copper that caught the afternoon light like stained glass. It landed on her hand for a moment, as if to confirm that transformation was indeed possible, that the journey she had begun was far from over. At the valley's edge, where the monastery's path met the road that led back to cities and obligations, Sarah paused for one final look up toward the peaks that had become her sanctuary. The buildings were no longer visible, hidden by distance and the mountain's natural contours. But she could feel their presence, not just as physical structures, but as a quality of consciousness, a possibility for peace that would remain available to her always as she continued her journey into the world below. Sarah carried with her not just the herbs and preparations and written instructions that filled her traveling pack, but something far more precious, the direct experience of what it meant to live with presence, compassion, and reverence for the sacred dimension of ordinary life. The monastery had given her its greatest gift. The understanding that peace was not a destination to be reached, but a way of being to be cultivated. That healing was not something that happened to her, but something she participated in actively. That wisdom was not information to be accumulated, but presence to be embodied. Her real journey was just beginning. Epilogue, the eternal return. Years have passed since Sarah walked down the mountain path, carrying with her the gifts of the monastery of sacred rest. The seasons have turned countless times, each one bringing its own lessons in patience and transformation, its own opportunities to apply the wisdom she received in those 11 transformative days. She has created her own sanctuary now, not a monastery built of stone and timber, but a life structured around the same principles that guided her teachers in the mountains. Her home is filled with herbs that descended from seeds carried in her traveling pack, their growth tended with the same reverence she learned among the ancient gardens. The air carries the fragrance of lavender and chamomile, rosemary and sage, living reminders of the peace that remains always available to those who know how to cultivate it. Each morning begins with silence, a return to the chapel of silence that she carries within her heart. In meditation, she travels back to that circular space where she first learned to rest in the stillness that underlies all movement, the peace that transcends all understanding. The bronze voices of those distant bells still call to her across time and space, inviting her into the eternal present that knows no separation between there and here, then and now. The practices have become as natural as breathing. The chamomile tea that eases her into sleep each night, brewed from flowers harvested with the same careful attention Brother Francis taught her. The walking meditation that transforms simple movement into prayer, each step taken with the awareness Brother Jerome modeled in the pre-dawn darkness. The plant meditations that keep her connected to the green world's wisdom, even in the midst of urban complexity. But perhaps the most precious gift has been the understanding that healing is not a destination, but a way of being in the world. In her work, teaching others the contemplative practices she learned, Sharing the plant medicines, she prepares according to Brother David's alchemical principles. Sarah has discovered that her own transformation continues through service to others' healing. She has created her own version of the hospice, not a building, but a practice of presence that she brings to everyone she encounters who is facing transition or loss. The compassion meditation sister Catherine taught her has become a lens through which she sees all of life's challenges, recognizing that suffering shared becomes more bearable, and love offered freely multiplies beyond calculation. The water garden lives on in her understanding of flow and adaptation, in her response to obstacles as invitations to discover new pathways rather than reasons for despair. When difficulties arise, and they do, because transformation is a lifelong process rather than a single event. She remembers Brother Benedict's teachings about water's persistence and patience, finding ways to move around problems rather than through them, trusting in the natural intelligence that guides all healthy change. The memorial garden has taught her that memory is not burden but blessing, that the love and wisdom received from others becomes a living force that continues to bless the world through new expressions. She tends her own memorial garden now, not of plants, but of practices, ways of honoring those who have shared their gifts with her, while ensuring that those gifts continue to flow forward to others who need them. Even the fog mornings have their place in her transformed life. When confusion arises or the path ahead becomes unclear, she remembers Brother Simon's teachings about navigating by inner compass rather than external landmarks. In those moments of uncertainty, she returns to the stillness that holds all possibilities, trusting that clarity will emerge from patience rather than force. The community she has built around herself reflects the monastery's understanding of Sangha, the recognition that transformation happens not in isolation, but in relationship, supported by others who share the commitment to conscious living and mutual care, like the monks and sisters who welcomed her with such open hearts. She has learned to create spaces where others can find the peace and healing they seek. Her small apartment has become a pilgrimage destination for friends and strangers alike who have heard about the sanctuary she carries within herself. They come seeking what she once sought: relief from stress, guidance through transition, hope in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. And like her teachers in the mountains, she offers not solutions, but presence, not answers, but accompaniment on the journey toward wholeness. The herbs she grows on her windowsill and fire escape garden serve not just her own needs, but provide medicine for a network of friends and colleagues who have learned to trust in plant wisdom. Each tincture she prepares carries the same intention and reverence Brother David taught her. each sachet tied with the blessing prayers Brother Francis modeled, each preparation offered as a form of service to the healing of the world. The singing bowl sits on her bedside table, its bronze surface worn smooth by daily use. Each evening, as she prepares for sleep, its pure tone fills her small space with the same harmonics that once resonated through the monastery's music room. But now she understands that the real music is not in the bowl, but in the quality of attention she brings to each moment. The way every action can become part of the great symphony of existence when performed with love and awareness. The laboratory has found expression in her kitchen, where she continues the alchemical work of transformation, not just of plants into medicines, but of ordinary moments into opportunities for growth and service. The same principles Brother David taught her about separation, purification, and integration guide her approach to every aspect of life, helping her distill wisdom from experience and essence from the raw materials of daily existence. And always underlying everything is the peace she discovered in that circular chapel, where silence taught her its deepest secrets. This peace has proven to be truly portable, as Brother Jerome promised it would be, in traffic jams and board meetings, during family crises and moments of celebration. She can return to that inner sanctuary where stillness reigns and all is well. The lessons have rippled outward in ways she could never have imagined. Students in her meditation classes speak of finding their own monasteries, not necessarily physical places, but states of consciousness where healing and transformation become possible. Colleagues have begun incorporating contemplative practices into their work, creating small oases of sanity in environments previously characterized by stress and competition. The herbs she has shared have taken root in gardens across the city, carrying with them the intention and blessing she learned to cultivate in the mountain sanctuary. Each plant becomes a teacher for its new caretakers, passing on the same lessons about patience and presence, growth and letting go, that she received from her botanical teachers. But perhaps the most profound gift has been the understanding that the monastery was never really a place at all, but a quality of consciousness, a way of being in the world that transforms wherever it touches. Every moment offers the opportunity to return to sacred rest, to remember the peace that surpasses understanding, to participate in the endless circulation of love and wisdom that sustains all life. On quiet evenings, when the city settles into its own version of vespers, and the light fades into the gentle darkness that embraces all creatures in rest, Sarah sometimes feels herself back on that mountain path, breathing the clean air and listening to the bronze voices calling across time and space. In those moments, she understands that she never really left the monastery at all. She simply learned to recognize it wherever she goes. The bells are always ringing for those who have ears to hear. The gardens are always blooming for those who have eyes to see. The water is always flowing. The silence is always available. The peace is always present. The monastery lives on in every heart that has learned to rest in the sacred dimension of ordinary life, in every person who has discovered that transformation is possible. And that love is the force that makes all healing real. As sleep comes each night, Sarah returns to that place of perfect peace where her journey first began. Not the monastery of stone and timber nestled in distant mountains, but the sanctuary that lives at the center of every human heart, here in the space between thoughts, in the pause between heartbeats, in the eternal now that holds all time. The bells of sacred rest continue their endless song of invitation and blessing. And in this returning, she understands the deepest teaching of all. That peace is not something to be achieved, but something to be remembered. Not a destination to be reached, but a home to which we can always return. The monastery doors stand forever open, not just in distant mountains, but in the depths of consciousness itself, welcoming all who seek the healing that comes from learning to rest in the sacred heart of existence. May all beings find their way to this sanctuary. May all beings know this peace. May all beings rest in the sacred dimension that transforms every moment into an opportunity for love, every breath into a prayer, every step into a pilgrimage toward the wholeness that is our birthright and our deepest nature. The journey continues, and the monastery waits, not in some distant place, but here, now, in the perfect stillness that holds all movement, the eternal silence from which all music emerges, the sacred rest that makes all awakening possible. She fell asleep with her heart still expanded from the day's practice, sending loving kindness to all beings everywhere, to those sleeping peacefully in comfortable beds, to those suffering in hospitals and shelters, to those caring for others in the deep hours of the night. Her dreams were filled with light and warmth, with the faces of people she had met that day, and with a sense of being held by the same vast compassion she was learning to embody and share.